Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales, a realm where whispered secrets of ancient royalty drift slowly into your dreams. Tonight, you will meet Queen Valeria of Arendar, a monarch whose beauty was unparalleled and whose secrets were hidden in the shadows of her palace. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, and step quietly into her world. The palace of Arendar stood atop a windswept plateau, its towers carved from ivory stone that glimmered in the dying light of day. Golden mosaics lined the corridors, depicting queens whose names were lost to time, each tile reflecting faintly in the polished marble floors. The air was tinged with the scent of exotic incense smoky, myrrh and crushed moonflower petals that swirled gently in the stillness of the evening. Queen Valeria moved gracefully through the corridors, her robe of deep sapphire silk trailing behind her like liquid night. Every step was deliberate, every movement a quiet command over the palace itself. On a low obsidian table rested a collection of vials, powders, and elixirs gathered from the far reaches of the world. One particular vial shimmered like captured emerald light, known among the royal alchemists as the silent bloom. It promised beauty that could rival the stars and a subtle influence over those who gazed upon her. Yet its power carried a hidden danger, a poison so slow and imperceptible that only the most careful eyes could detect it. Valeria knew this, and yet she could not resist. With a brush of sable hair, she applied the powder along her eyelids. The room seemed to hold its breath. The fragrance of rare spices and crushed petals floated upward, curling like invisible tendrils around her face. Shadows flickered across the walls from the torches lining the hall, creating shapes that seemed almost alive. Valeria paused, inhaling deeply, letting the aromas sink into her skin and mind. Tonight, the palace would witness her in all her glory, but none would guess the silent power she carried with her. Her attendants had long since retired, leaving her alone in the chamber. The high windows of the palace framed a sky of deep indigo, pierced by distant stars that sparkled faintly like scattered jewels. The air carried a hush of anticipation, the quiet vibration of power settling over the room like a gentle lullaby. Valeria's gaze drifted to an ornate mirror set in a carved onyx frame. Her reflection stared back at her, flawless and serene. Yet there was a hidden glimmer in her eyes, a promise of beauty, influence, and danger intertwined. She let herself breathe, feeling the calm power of the silent bloom settle into her senses. Beyond the walls of the palace, night creatures stirred, their distant calls blending with the whisper of wind through the stone towers. Valeria's thoughts wandered over the rare ingredients she had collected, petals from highland cliffs, minerals mined from the deepest caves, and elixirs distilled under the light of a crescent moon. Each carried a story, a secret, and a silent power, known only to those brave enough to wield it. As the torches flickered, shadows danced along the mosaics, giving life to the ancient queens immortalized in tile. Valeria traced a finger along the edge of the mirror, imagining the ripples of influence her appearance would create tonight. Beauty was her weapon, elegance her shield, and the silent bloom her secret advantage over all who would enter her court. The palace seemed to sigh softly around her, and Valeria exhaled, letting herself sink into the stillness of the night. Tonight, she would walk into her banquet hall, unseen yet observed, a queen whose quiet power and subtle allure would leave a mark on everyone present. And though none would know it, her beauty carried a silent poison, one that could charm, beguile, and, if necessary, control the course of destiny itself. As dusk settled deeper over Arendar, the palace seemed to transform. Torches flickered along marble walls, casting golden shadows that danced like silent courtiers. Queen Valeria moved with quiet grace through the halls, her sapphire silk gown brushing against the floor. Tonight, she was not merely a queen of elegance, she was a keeper of secrets, a mistress of hidden knowledge that no visitor or courtier could ever fully understand. Her steps led her to a narrow, seldom used corridor at the far end of the palace. Few even remembered it existed. At its end was a small, arched door of carved ebony, inlaid with silver filigree that twisted like delicate vines. Beyond it lay the chamber of whispered secrets, a place where the walls themselves were said to carry the voices of ancient queens. It was here that Valeria kept the rarest of her treasures, scrolls of forbidden rituals, vials infused with rare night-blooming flowers, and jeweled trinkets from lands unknown to most. She pushed open the door, the hinges sighing in protest, and stepped inside. The chamber was dimly lit by suspended crystal lanterns, their light scattering across the walls, reflecting in hundreds of tiny prisms that danced like fireflies. Shelves carved into the stone held delicate jars, each containing powders of colors unseen elsewhere: obsidian black, sapphire blue, and a shimmering silver that seemed to ripple with a life of its own. The air smelled faintly of jasmine, crushed petals, and a hint of something metallic, like distant lightning captured in essence. At the center of the room was a pedestal holding a small, intricately carved box of ivory. Valeria knelt beside it and opened the lid, revealing a single crystal vial filled with liquid that glowed faintly like captured starlight. This was the Eclipse Elixir, a potion rumored to sharpen perception, allowing its wielder to glimpse truths hidden in both words and silence. a single drop on the tongue, or even applied beneath the eyes, could reveal intentions, fears, and desires of those around her, but at a subtle cost. Its effects were intoxicating and yet dangerous if misused. Valeria's fingers hovered over the vial, savoring the quiet anticipation. She inhaled, letting the faint aroma of crushed lotus and moonflower petals envelop her. Outside the chamber, the palace murmured with distant laughter and the soft clink of glasses from the evening banquet. Yet here, time itself seemed suspended. The walls whispered faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if the voices of queens past murmured secrets only she could comprehend. With deliberate care, Valeria applied a tiny amount of the elixir beneath her temples. A warm, tingling sensation spread slowly, heightening her senses and sharpening her mind. Every detail of the chamber seemed amplified. The subtle hum of the stone beneath her knees, the faint vibration in the air as if the room itself were alive. The distant sound of a servant's footstep on marble echoed like a drumbeat in her heightened perception. She allowed her gaze to drift over the shelves, imagining the stories each jar and vial carried. These were not mere adornments. They were instruments of power, tools that could influence emotions, decisions, and even loyalty. Valeria felt a thrill of calm satisfaction. Beauty and wisdom were not enough to command a kingdom. One required secrecy, foresight, and the subtle manipulation of those who surrounded her. A soft breeze entered through a narrow window, carrying the faint scent of night-blooming orchids from the palace gardens. Valeria closed her eyes, letting the fragrance mingle with the effects of the eclipse elixir. Her mind wandered through corridors of strategy, memory, and imagination, tracing connections invisible to all but her. Tonight, while the rest remained hidden in shadow, whispered only in the silence of her chamber, rising from her kneeling position, Valeria replaced the vial carefully in its carved box. The chamber seemed to sigh, as if satisfied by her presence. Every secret, every hidden power, every delicate piece of influence rested once more in the hands of its queen. She turned and left the chamber, moving back into the corridors of the palace, where the banquet awaited, but in her mind lingered the quiet knowledge that she alone understood the subtle forces now at play in the night. As the moon rose high over the plateau of Arendar, casting silver across the palace towers, Queen Valeria stepped quietly into the Garden of Midnight Flames, a secluded sanctuary few had ever seen. Unlike the banquet halls or crystal-lit chambers, this garden thrived in near darkness, illuminated only by plants that bloomed under the light of the moon. Their petals glimmered faintly, like embers suspended in air, and the scent of rare nocturnal flowers hung thick and intoxicating. The garden was a labyrinth of narrow stone paths winding between tall obsidian pillars carved with runes that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Valeria walked barefoot, feeling the cool stone beneath her feet, and inhaled the aroma of midnight fire lilies and night-blooming jasmine. The air was alive with quiet energy, humming softly as if the plants themselves were whispering secrets to those who dared to enter. At the center of the labyrinth stood a circular basin carved from black marble. Its water was as dark as obsidian, but shimmered faintly with a mysterious inner light. Valeria approached it, tracing the carved symbols around the rim with delicate fingers. This was the pool of reflection, a sacred place where queens of Arendar would perform the ritual of hidden truths, ceremony designed to reveal fragments of the future, subtle warnings of danger, or hints of opportunity. Only those who had mastered the art of patience and perception could interpret its visions. Valeria knelt beside the basin, letting her reflection merge with the water's mysterious glow. Carefully, she poured a few drops of the silent bloom powder she had applied earlier into the pool. The surface rippled, and faint shapes began to emerge, shadowy silhouettes of courtiers, glimpses of distant lands, and fleeting visions of events yet to come. A chill ran through her spine, the thrill of knowledge tempered by the weight of responsibility. Every vision carried truth but also temptation. To act unwisely could unravel alliances, betray loyalties, or endanger her reign. A soft rustling drew her attention to the far side of the garden, where a solitary flame-colored flower swayed despite the lack of wind. Its petals pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, and a small vial hung from its stem, caught in delicate silver chains. Valeria reached out carefully and took it, recognizing the liquid within. Night ember nectar, a potion said to awaken latent insight and sharpen perception for several nights in succession. Its effects were subtle, almost imperceptible, yet profoundly influential in guiding decisions made in silence and solitude. She uncorked the vial and inhaled its scent, a mixture of warm spices and moonlit petals. The aroma wrapped around her mind like a soft lullaby, heightening her senses without disturbing the calm she always sought. Stepping deeper into the labyrinth, she felt the energy of the garden swell around her. Every path, every petal, every flickering shadow seemed alive with possibilities, secrets, and unseen watchers. For a long moment, Valeria allowed herself to wander, letting the garden's whispers guide her thoughts. She imagined the delicate dance of influence she would enact tonight, the subtle gestures, the quiet manipulations, the way one carefully placed word or glance could shift entire alliances. In the garden of midnight flames, she felt untouchable, yet connected to every secret in her palace, every hidden desire in her court, every shadow that could turn to opportunity or threat. Finally, she returned to the central basin, kneeling once more to let the pool's glow wash over her hands. Tonight, she thought, the palace would see only her elegance, her beauty, her calm authority. But the garden's secrets, the visions, the potions, the whispered warnings would guide her quietly, invisibly, ensuring that her reign remained unchallenged, her power unbroken, and her mysteries intact. A gentle mist rolled over the palace of Arendar, curling along the towers and spilling into hidden courtyards. Queen Valeria walked through the quiet corridors toward a part of the palace seldom visited by servants or nobles, the Hall of Shattered Echoes. Its very name carried a warning. This was not a hall of simple reflection. It was a place where whispers, secrets, and echoes of the past lingered, and where the walls themselves seemed to remember the words of those long gone. The hall was vast, lined with towering mirrors framed in blackened silver. Yet these were no ordinary mirrors. Each surface fractured reality, reflecting moments of history, fragments of conversations, and glimpses of intentions hidden from the eyes of the living. Some who dared enter felt watched, as if the hall itself could sense their thoughts and respond. Valeria moved cautiously, her sapphire silk gown gliding over the cold marble. Each step echoed softly, a rhythm that merged with the faint hum of energy in the mirrors. At the center of the hall stood a circular dais carved from onyx, inlaid with silver sigils that pulsed faintly with inner light. On it rested a small obsidian box, sealed with delicate chains of moonlit silver. Valeria approached it, recognizing immediately the contents, the whispering threads, enchanted filaments said to record and replay the subtle intentions of those who walked near them. A single thread, if handled with care, could reveal hidden loyalties, secret plots, and whispered ambitions that otherwise went unnoticed. Valeria lifted the lid carefully. Inside, the filaments shimmered faintly like gossamer threads of twilight, coiling and writhing as though alive. She traced one gently with her fingers, feeling a faint vibration, almost like a heartbeat. It revealed a vision of her court, advisors moving silently through corridors, plotting subtle maneuvers to gain favor, guests speaking with hidden motives masked by polite smiles. The hall confirmed what she had long suspected, even in loyalty. Ambition quietly stirred beneath the surface. As she explored, Valeria allowed her gaze to drift to the fractured mirrors. In one, she glimpsed a reflection of herself, standing in the center of the hall. Yet her image moved independently, gesturing subtly toward unseen figures. In another, a faint shadow moved across the marble floor, though no one was there. The hall seemed to play with perception, revealing truths and half-truths, teasing the mind, forcing her to separate reality from illusion. A soft wind drifted in from high windows, carrying the faint scent of night jasmine and powdered sandalwood. Valeria inhaled, letting the aromas mix with the quiet hum of the hall. Her mind sharpened, attuned to every flicker of light, every whisper caught in the silvered threads. She felt the thrill of calm power. This hall, like the garden of midnight flames or the chamber of whispered secrets, held knowledge invisible to the untrained eye, knowledge that could shift influence, reveal danger, or secure loyalty before a single word was spoken. She knelt beside the dais, holding a single filament between her fingers. Its delicate shimmer rippled with faint energy as she moved it toward her reflection in one of the mirrors. The image seemed to bend toward her, acknowledging her mastery, as if the hall itself recognized her as its true sovereign. Tonight, the court would see only her elegance, her calm demeanor, her radiant beauty. Yet within the hall of shattered echoes, Queen Valeria held the invisible strings of power, weaving subtle insights into an unbreakable tapestry of influence and control. Rising, she left the hall quietly, her mind alive with new knowledge, her senses sharpened by the whispers and visions. The palace awaited her, unaware that the queen had just glimpsed the hidden motives and secret ambitions of everyone within its walls. She walked into the night, her presence serene yet commanding, carrying the hall's secrets as quietly and carefully as a shadow glides along polished stone. As midnight draped its velvet cloak over the palace of Arendar, Queen Valeria moved silently through the labyrinthine corridors toward the Lantern Hall, a secluded chamber high in the eastern tower. The hall was rarely visited, reserved for rituals that only the queen herself could perform. Its purpose was whispered in courtly legends, to reveal truths unseen, to illuminate intentions hidden beneath words and courtesy, and to guide decisions that could shape the fate of kingdoms. The hall's entrance was framed by twisted obsidian columns carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when glanced at peripherally. Inside, hundreds of small lanterns floated in the air, suspended by invisible threads. Each lantern contained a faintly glowing ember, pulsing like a heartbeat and casting soft, golden reflections along the polished floor. The air shimmered with an almost imperceptible energy, humming faintly as if alive. Valeria's footsteps were silent, yet the lanterns seemed to respond to her presence, flickering gently as she passed. At the center of the hall rested a pedestal holding a single, larger lantern, the lantern of veiled truths. Its glass was etched with intricate glyphs, and the flame within glowed with an inner light that shifted from gold to violet and back again. Legends claimed that the lantern could reveal the hidden nature of anyone whose image was reflected in its flame. Allies and foes alike could be seen as they truly were, their motives and desires laid bare in a soft, glowing aura visible only to the queen. Valeria approached the pedestal with deliberate care, her sapphire gown brushing softly against the marble floor. She inhaled deeply, letting the faint scent of night-blooming orchids and powdered amber settle in her senses. With practiced precision, she lifted a small silver mirror from her sash and positioned it before the lantern. The flame leaped and danced, casting a radiant glow over the mirror's surface. Slowly, the reflection transformed, revealing subtle shadows and faint outlines around imagined courtier shapes that hinted at ambition, fear, loyalty, or secret malice. The effect was mesmerizing. Valeria traced the outlines with her finger, noting the soft currents of energy each figure seemed to exude. One advisor's aura flickered like a candle about to extinguish, hinting at concealed insecurity. Another shimmered steadily, radiating cautious ambition. She noted each detail carefully, her mind weaving the information into patterns, predicting movements, understanding desires, without a single word being spoken. In the palace, loyalty was never simple, and power was always delicate. Here, she held the advantage of clarity. Beyond the lantern's glow, the chamber seemed to breathe softly. Shadows of the floating lanterns shifted as if alive, creating a subtle rhythm that calmed the mind while sharpening perception. Valeria knelt briefly, whispering a silent invocation of guidance, allowing the magic of the lantern to flow through her senses. Each flicker of light became a thread of understanding, weaving a tapestry of foresight she could follow in the days ahead. A sudden breeze stirred, though all windows were closed, carrying the faint scent of crushed moonflowers from the palace gardens far below. Valeria closed her eyes and let the fragrance merge with the glowing insights, allowing herself to sink into a serene yet alert awareness. Every movement, every gesture, every glance she would make at the coming banquet would now be informed by subtle knowledge invisible to all but her rising. She extinguished the smaller lanterns with a gentle wave of her hand, leaving only the central lantern of veiled truths glowing faintly. Its flame pulsed softly, as if acknowledging her mastery. She turned and moved back through the corridors, her thoughts alive with calculated possibilities, the quiet power of foresight humming like a secret heartbeat in her chest. Tonight, she would walk among her guests with elegance and composure, unseen currents of influence guiding her silently as always. The first tendrils of dawn had barely kissed the towers of Arendar when Queen Valeria silently slipped through the labyrinthine halls to a part of the palace even her closest attendants rarely entered. The chamber of echoed promises. It was said that in this room, words spoken long ago lingered, resonating faintly in the air like echoes trapped between stone and shadow. Some believed that speaking within its walls could awaken these whispers, revealing hidden intentions, past deceptions, or forgotten vows. The chamber was circular, its walls carved from deep crimson marble, veined with streaks of silver. Faint, flickering torches lined the circumference, their flames reflecting endlessly in the polished stone. The air carried a subtle resonance, a low hum that made even the softest steps feel amplified. As Valeria entered, she felt the familiar thrill of quiet anticipation. Here, she could learn truths no living courtier dared voice, secrets buried in promises long ago given or broken. In the center of the room stood a low, blackened pedestal supporting a shallow bowl filled with water. The liquid surface shimmered unnaturally, reflecting not only the torches but faint outlines of past voices, glimpses of gestures, and ghostly silhouettes of those who had stood here centuries before. This was the basin of promises, and it was said that when combined with the Queen's own whispered words, it could reveal the truth hidden beneath veiled intentions. Valeria approached the pedestal with deliberate care, her fingers tracing the silver veins in the marble walls as she knelt. She took a small brush, dipped it into the bowl, and applied a few strokes along her temples, a ritual she had learned from her grandmother, a queen whose wisdom had long shaped the subtle power of Erender's rulers. The sensation was immediate, a faint vibration, a warmth that spread slowly across her skin, heightening her awareness while soothing her mind. Soft echoes began to rise around her, faint but distinct. She whispered a question, the words rolling from her lips like silk. Who among my council harbors unspoken ambition? The bowl shimmered, ripples dancing across the water's surface, forming shapes that coalesced into subtle figures. One advisor's outline wavered, hesitant yet persistent, revealing ambition cloaked in loyalty. Another shimmered steadily, radiating caution, perhaps concealing knowledge or intent unknown even to themselves. Valeria's mind absorbed each fragment, weaving them into patterns, piecing together the unspoken language of her court. The chamber seemed alive. Shadows flickered across the walls, forming shapes that hinted at forgotten rooms, hidden passages, and private meetings conducted in secrecy. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the faint fragrance of amber and crushed night petals fill her senses, anchoring her focus while allowing her mind to trace the echoes more clearly. Each ripple, each shadow, each whisper added a layer to the subtle map of power she maintained in her mind. For a long while, she remained kneeling, listening to voices long silenced yet persistently present, mapping intentions and weaving strategy. Unlike the lantern of veiled truths or the garden of midnight flames, this chamber required patience, subtlety, and silence. It revealed not only ambitions, but emotions, bonds, and promises, reminding Valeria that the heart of power was often hidden, wrapped in quiet assurances that could be broken or nurtured. Finally, she rose, feeling the calm strength of understanding settle over her. The whispers faded as the first sunlight caught the silver veins in the crimson walls. Queen Valeria turned from the pedestal, her sapphire silk gliding across the polished floor, carrying with her the knowledge of secrets no one else could perceive. Today, the palace would witness her elegance and composure, but beneath the serene exterior lay the quiet mastery of a queen who knew the hidden promises and ambitions shaping every whispered word around her. That night, a velvet darkness enveloped the palace of Arendar, scattered with countless stars that shimmered like distant jewels. Queen Valeria ascended the narrow spiral staircase to the observatory of veiled stars, a hidden tower known to few. The observatory was not merely a place for studying the heavens, it was a chamber where celestial alignments were believed to influence hidden forces in the palace, where subtle rituals could guide decisions, and where secrets of fate could be glimpsed in the patterns of light. The tower was circular, its walls lined with bronze instruments etched with symbols older than any living memory. A giant telescope, polished and precise, pointed through a vaulted opening to the heavens. Softly glowing globes, suspended in the air, provided ambient light, casting warm reflections across polished wood and brass. The faint scent of dried starlight petals, rare flowers that bloomed only at night, mingled with the aroma of aged parchment, giving the chamber an intoxicating, otherworldly ambience. Valeria moved to the center of the observatory, her sapphire silk gown swaying with each step. At the heart of the chamber rested the celestial prism, a crystalline artifact that captured the starlight and refracted it into intricate patterns. The prism was said to reveal hidden truths, showing connections between events, people, and choices, like threads in an invisible tapestry. By aligning the prism with specific constellations, a queen could discern subtle influences, unseen loyalties, or threats that lurked in shadow. She positioned the prism carefully beneath the telescope, adjusting its angles until a soft beam of refracted starlight spilled across the room. The patterns danced upon the walls, forming shapes and symbols that seemed almost alive. Valeria knelt before the prism, closing her eyes as she traced the faint ripples of light. Each subtle glow represented a possibility, each shadow a hidden motive. The palace and her court, though bustling with activity beyond the tower walls, seemed suspended in these refracted stars, their intentions and secrets laid bare in luminous whispers. A gentle wind entered through the open tower window, carrying the scent of frost-kissed moonflowers from the gardens far below. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance merge with the light of the prism, heightening her awareness while soothing her mind. With a delicate brush of her hand, she traced the edges of the prism, activating the subtle magic that allowed the starlight to align with her thoughts. In an instant, fleeting visions appeared in advisors' whispered counsel at dusk, a guest's concealed glance, a chambermaid's quiet hesitation. Each moment, each gesture, was a thread in the intricate fabric of the palace's unseen power. Valeria allowed herself a rare smile. The observatory of veiled stars was not just a tool of foresight. It was a sanctuary, a place where patience, observation, and quiet wisdom combined to reveal the hidden forces shaping her reign. Unlike other chambers, where magic and ritual worked subtly on the physical realm, here the very heavens conspired to lend her insight, guiding choices that would ripple across the palace with quiet precision. For hours, she remained kneeling, tracing constellations in the prism's light, mapping connections invisible to anyone but herself. Every flicker of the refracted stars sharpened her understanding, revealing opportunities and dangers alike. When finally she rose, the moon had shifted across the sky, painting silver over the towers of Arendar. Queen Valeria descended the spiral staircase with calm assurance, carrying the weight of knowledge gleaned from the heavens. Tonight, the palace would see only her composure, elegance, and radiant presence. Unaware that the veiled stars had already whispered the secrets of fate into her mind. The night was heavy over Arendar, and a soft mist curled through the palace towers like a quiet river of silver. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden corridor few knew existed, descending narrow steps carved from dark stone. At the bottom lay the vault of eternal whispers, a place said to store the essence of voices past, secret thoughts, unspoken fears, and promises that had long been broken. The vault was forbidden to all but the queen, for it held knowledge that could unbalance kingdoms if misused. The chamber was circular, walls lined with obsidian shelves. Each shelf held delicate crystal jars, sealed with silver and etched with symbols older than memory. From within these jars emanated faint whispers, a soft hum that resonated in the air and seemed to press gently against the mind. Valeria walked carefully, her sapphire gown brushing the stone floor, each step measured, each movement deliberate. The scent of night jasmine and crushed moonstone filled the air, wrapping around her like a soft, intoxicating cloak. At the center of the vault stood a low pedestal, upon which rested a delicate silver box engraved with intricate runes. Within lay the ethereal quill, a writing instrument imbued with magic. Whatever was written with it would reveal hidden truths when read under the light of the moon. Letters written centuries ago could be deciphered. Secrets whispered in confidence could be unveiled. Valeria approached the pedestal, her fingers grazing the quill, feeling the subtle pulse of power beneath its surface. With careful precision, she uncapped the quill and dipped it into a small vial of luminous ink she had prepared earlier. A mixture of crushed moonflowers, powdered starlight, and drops of rare nightshade nectar. Placing it upon a parchment of deep black vellum, she began to write. Each stroke of the quill seemed to hum softly, resonating with the whispers around her. As she wrote, the words shimmered faintly, revealing hidden connections among the court, subtle ambitions, and the faintest traces of deceit. The vault seemed alive, responding to her focus. The whispers grew slightly louder, intertwining with the rhythm of her writing, as though the voices themselves were guiding her hand. Valeria's mind traced the patterns, connecting the faint outlines of intentions and desires, predicting alliances and subtle rivalries before they could take form. Here, in the vault, she understood the quiet pulse of the palace in a way no one else could. A faint breeze stirred the hanging lanterns, carrying the subtle aroma of crushed jasmine and amber. Valeria inhaled slowly, letting her senses stretch outward, aware of every detail, the soft flicker of light on the obsidian shelves, the low hum of the whispers, the smooth weight of the quill in her hand. Each element merged into a serene focus, a perfect balance of calm and awareness, as if the vault itself had become an extension of her mind. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the gentle scratching of the quill and the soft resonance of the eternal whispers. When she finally lifted her gaze, the parchment glowed faintly, the ink shimmering as though alive with the secrets it had revealed. Carefully, Valeria placed the quill back in its silver box, closing the lid and sealing it with her personal sigil. The vault exhaled softly, a subtle acknowledgement of her mastery. Rising, she moved toward the steps, her mind alive with the knowledge gained from the voices of the past. Tonight, the palace would see only her elegance, her calm authority, and her radiant presence. But beneath the surface, she carried the secrets of whispers older than memory, a quiet power that allowed her to navigate the palace with the precision of one who understood the hidden currents shaping every word, every gesture, every alliance. The night deepened over Arendar, and a cool breeze rustled through the high towers, carrying the faint scent of night-blooming lilies. Queen Valeria moved with quiet grace toward the Hall of Silent Vows, a secluded wing of the palace few even knew existed. At its heart rested the Mirror of Silent Oaths, an ancient artifact said to reveal the unspoken promises and hidden intentions of anyone who gazed into its depths. Its power was subtle, yet profound, capable of exposing loyalties, deceit, and ambitions concealed beneath even the most practiced mask of politeness. The hall was vast, its walls lined with polished ebony panels etched with intricate silver filigree that caught the dim torchlight. Soft, floating lamps hovered along the corridor, casting a warm, golden glow that danced along the floor. The air was heavy with the scent of powdered amber and crushed moonflowers, mingling with the faint metallic temps of the mirror itself. Valeria's footsteps were silent, each movement deliberate, each motion measured. As she approached the central dais where the mirror stood, the Mirror of Silent Oaths was framed in blackened silver, its surface smooth, yet slightly rippling, like water disturbed by invisible currents. As Valeria gazed into it, the reflections began to shift subtly. Faces of courtiers and nobles appeared, their expressions serene to the untrained eye, but beneath the surface, the mirror revealed the faint glimmer of hidden promises, secret intentions, and unspoken ambitions. Each reflection pulsed with a faint aura, its color shifting to indicate truth, hesitation, or hidden motives. Valeria's hand hovered over the mirror's surface, tracing the outline with a finger. A soft warmth radiated from the glass, as if acknowledging her presence, and the visions deepened. She saw an advisor whose loyalty wavered, torn between ambition and devotion, another whose gaze hid a quiet resentment, and a guest whose smile concealed subtle scheming. The mirror did not lie, but it did not speak directly. It allowed her mind to weave the threads of insight into understanding, revealing truths without forcing them into words. A sudden flutter of movement caught her attention. A delicate silver veil drifted across the hall, suspended in air as though guided by an invisible hand. It carried the scent of crushed jasmine and nightshade, a subtle reminder of the delicate balance of power within the palace. Valeria inhaled slowly, letting the fragrance and the soft glow of the mirror sharpen her senses, aligning her perception with the silent truths revealed before her for hours. She remained kneeling, her gaze tracing the reflections, her mind mapping connections invisible to anyone else. Unlike the vault of eternal whispers or the observatory of veiled stars, this mirror revealed the hidden dynamics of the living, the intentions that would shape decisions before they were made, the subtle movements that could alter the course of alliances and influence. Here, Valeria held a quiet advantage, seeing through the veils of politeness and secrecy that others took for granted. When finally she rose, she felt a deep calm settle over her, a serene certainty that the palace's hidden currents were now charted in her mind. The mirror of silent oaths remained still, its surface returning to smooth perfection, yet its subtle magic lingered, imprinting understanding on her senses. Queen Valeria turned and walked silently through the hall, her sapphire gown trailing like a shadow, carrying with her the quiet knowledge that beneath the palace's glittering exterior, every intention, every promise, every hidden desire had been seen and understood. The moon hung low over Arendar, casting a silver glow across the palace towers. Queen Valeria moved silently through a narrow, hidden corridor she had discovered only as a child, a passage leading to the vault of lunar petals, a secret chamber few had ever seen. This vault was said to house flowers that bloomed only under the light of the moon, each petal imbued with subtle magic capable of influencing dreams, calming restless minds, and revealing hidden desires. The chamber itself was a dome of polished onyx, the walls etched with delicate silver filigree that caught the soft moonlight filtering through small crystal windows. The floor was lined with a mosaic depicting celestial bodies, each tile inlaid with luminous stone that shimmered faintly. The air was thick with the scent of crushed night-blooming lilies, jasmine, and a hint of something metallic, an aroma that heightened awareness while lulling the mind into a state of serene curiosity. At the center of the vault lay a shallow marble basin, filled with water that reflected the soft glow of the moon and the luminescent petals floating atop its surface. These were the lunar petals, rare blooms harvested under specific celestial alignments. Valeria knelt beside the basin, her sapphire silk gowns pooling around her, and reached for a single petal. It felt impossibly delicate, yet thrummed with quiet energy, as though alive with the secrets of the night. Carefully, she crushed the petal between her fingers, releasing a faint, iridescent mist that mingled with the air around her. The effect was immediate. Her mind sharpened, yet a deep calm settled over her, a gentle embrace that allowed her thoughts to flow freely without interference. As she inhaled, faint images began to appear upon the surface of the water, glimpses of the palace in shadow, subtle interactions between courtiers, and faint hints of unspoken plans and concealed alliances. Each vision was fleeting, like the flutter of a moth's wings, but it carried truth beneath its delicate veil. Valeria's hand hovered over the basin, tracing the water's surface as the mist curled around her like a soft, invisible ribbon. She whispered a quiet incantation, learned from her grandmother, one that allowed the petal's magic to reveal insights without disrupting the delicate calm of the mind. Each ripple became a thread of understanding, connecting the subtle gestures of the court with underlying motivations. A smile played upon her lips, not of amusement, but of quiet mastery. She alone held the knowledge of these invisible currents, the hidden desires that could sway events without a single word. The chamber seemed alive, responding to her presence. The mosaic floor glimmered faintly, as if echoing the patterns of the petals' reflections, and the soft scent of night-blooming flowers wrapped around her like a gentle lullaby. Valeria remained kneeling for hours, her mind attuned to the quiet energy of the vault, charting paths through hidden ambitions, subtle intentions, and the delicate threads of influence that wove through the palace. Finally, she rose, placing the remaining lunar petals back in the basin, their soft glow mirrored in her serene eyes. The vault exhaled softly, the air settling as if acknowledging her presence and the knowledge she had gleaned. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with deliberate grace, her mind alive with subtle insights, her senses heightened by the magic of the night blooms. Tonight, the palace would see only her elegance, her calm authority, and her radiant presence. But beneath the surface, she carried the quiet power of the lunar petals, a secret, unseen, guiding her every thought and action. A pale mist hung over the palace of Arendar as Queen Valeria made her way through an unlit corridor, guided only by the soft glimmer of silver filigree along the walls. Tonight, her steps led her to the Chamber of Frozen Echoes, a hidden sanctum where the past lingered like frost on a window pane, capturing whispers, emotions, and secrets that had long faded from memory. Unlike other chambers, this place did not merely reveal truths, it preserved them, suspending moments of time in delicate crystal vibrations that shimmered faintly in the air. The chamber was circular, its walls carved from pale alabaster veined with ice-blue streaks, faintly glowing crystals embedded in the walls emitted a soft, cold light, illuminating the room with a serene, almost hypnotic glow. The floor was smooth obsidian, reflecting the faint shimmer of the crystals and giving the impression of standing on water frozen beneath moonlight. The air smelled faintly of winter blooms and crushed frostberries, creating a delicate balance of chill and subtle warmth that heightened perception while soothing the mind. At the center of the chamber stood a low pedestal, atop which rested the orb of captured moments, a perfect, crystalline sphere encasing faint wisps of movement and sound from centuries past. When touched with intent, it could replay echoes of conversations, gestures, and decisions, frozen in time but accessible to the mind of the one who held it. Valeria approached the pedestal, her sapphire gown trailing across the polished floor, and rested her hand lightly upon the orb. A shiver ran through her, not of cold, but of anticipation. Gently, she traced her fingers along the smooth surface, and the orb began to pulse with pale blue light. Within it, fragments of the palace's past emerged, and advisors whispered warning to a previous queen, the fleeting glance of a conspirator caught in shadow, and the careful movements of servants arranging messages long forgotten. Each echo resonated softly in the chamber, subtle yet precise, revealing hidden intentions and unspoken truths that had shaped the palace's history. Valeria knelt, allowing the orb's energy to flow into her senses. She whispered a delicate incantation, learned through careful study of her ancestors' texts, and the echoes responded. Faint images danced around her, a ripple of silk here, a hushed word, their reach moment, suspended yet alive, illuminating patterns of loyalty, ambition, and quiet manipulation. Unlike other artifacts, the orb of captured moments did not predict the future. It preserved the past, offering clarity and insight from events that had long been hidden from memory. The chamber seemed to breathe with her, a soft resonance harmonizing with the faint echoes. Valeria allowed her mind to trace the delicate threads connecting moments, understanding how subtle gestures and choices had shaped the present. Each echo was a lesson, a fragment of insight that could guide her decisions without disrupting the calm composure she maintained before her court. The palace outside remained unaware of the power she had drawn from the frozen memories of history. Rising at last, she replaced the orb gently on its pedestal, letting the faint light fade to a soft glow. Her mind was alive with understanding, each hidden gesture and whispered intention mapped clearly in her memory. Queen Valeria walked through the alabaster corridor with deliberate grace, her presence serene yet commanding. Tonight, she would meet the court with elegance and composure, but beneath the calm exterior lay the quiet mastery of a queen who had glimpsed the hidden echoes of the past and used them to shape the present. The palace of Arendar lay quiet under the midnight sky, its towers bathed in soft silver moonlight. Queen Valeria moved gracefully through a narrow, secret passage that led to the chamber of whispering shadows, a hidden sanctuary where darkness itself seemed to hold secrets. The chamber was known only to a select few queens before her, and it was said that within its walls the unseen world could speak to those willing to listen, revealing plots, desires, and truths that lingered in shadow. The chamber was an elongated oval, lined with obsidian panels, polished to a reflective sheen. Faint ethereal lights hovered along the edges, casting long shadows that seemed to twist and shift independently of the queen's movements. The air was heavy with the scent of black orchids and crushed myrrh, a fragrance that sharpened awareness while enveloping the mind in a soft, meditative calm. As Valeria stepped into the room, she felt a subtle vibration underfoot, as if the floor itself hummed in quiet acknowledgement of her presence. At the center of the chamber stood the veil of whispering shadows, a delicate, semi-transparent curtain suspended from silver chains, shimmering faintly like liquid darkness. Behind it, faint movements could be glimpsed of, gestures and fleeting silhouettes that danced just beyond perception. The veil was said to record the unspoken thoughts and hidden intentions of anyone who entered the palace, capturing subtle movements, hushed breaths, and quiet gestures, then translating them into faint whispers audible only to the one who summoned its magic. Valeria approached the veil, her sapphire silk gown brushing the polished floor. With a careful gesture, she traced her fingers along the edge, and a faint ripple passed through the material. Soft whispers emerged, like the echo of secrets floating in the air, barely perceptible, yet full of meaning. She knelt, listening closely, discerning the intentions of courtiers and servants alike, the hidden ambitions, the veiled anxieties, the quiet loyalties that shaped every interaction in the palace. Unlike other chambers, the veil of whispering shadows revealed not the past or future, but the present in its purest, most subtle form. Every glance, every sigh, every hesitated step carried weight and meaning, and the veil allowed Valeria to perceive it clearly. She traced the faint, ghostly shapes behind the veil, each shadow a fragment of intention, each whisper a clue to motives unspoken. Her mind wove these fragments into a delicate web of understanding, revealing subtle dynamics and unseen alliances within her court. A soft breeze drifted from an open window, carrying the scent of night-blooming lilies and frost-covered jasmine from the gardens below. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance merge with the whispers, heightening her senses and focusing her attention. Hours passed in silence as she remained kneeling, attuned to every subtle movement and sound, each fragment of shadow revealing another layer of insight. By the time she arose, her mind was alive with clarity, every hidden thread of intention mapped and understood. She replaced the veil carefully, letting it shimmer softly in the dim light. Queen Valeria left the chamber with deliberate grace, her mind buzzing with understanding. The palace would see only her serene composure, but beneath the calm exterior lay the quiet mastery of a queen who could read the silent world of shadows, whose insight extended into the unspoken thoughts of every soul within her walls. Tonight, she would move among them with elegance and precision, guided by whispers no one else could hear. The palace of Arendar was cloaked in a soft, silver fog, the towers glinting faintly in the light of the full moon. Queen Valeria moved with deliberate grace along a hidden passageway she had discovered only as a child, one that led to the Hall of Moonlit Veins, a secluded sanctuary where the palace itself seemed alive with quiet energy. The hall was said to contain the traces of the palace's lifeblood, veins of magic running beneath the marble and stone, pulsing faintly with light visible only to those trained to perceive it. The chamber was circular, its walls carved from pale moonstone streaked with silver, creating the illusion of veins running across the surface. Faint, phosphorescent lines pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat, weaving across the walls and floor. The air was scented with crushed moonflowers and powdered starlight, a fragrance that calmed the mind while sharpening perception. As Valeria entered, she felt a subtle vibration beneath her feet, a gentle rhythm that matched the pulse of the moonlit veins. Resonating with her own heartbeat, at the center of the hall stood a low onyx pedestal, upon which rested the luminous sigil, a carved crystal disc etched with symbols that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. This artifact was said to allow the queen to sense the hidden energies running through the palace, to trace the faint currents of influence, loyalty, and desire that pulsed beneath the surface. Valeria approached the pedestal, her sapphire silk gown flowing silently behind her, and laid her hand on the crystal. Instantly, the hall seemed to breathe, the veins of light pulsing more strongly. Responding to her presence, she knelt beside the pedestal, closing her eyes and focusing on the subtle rhythms flowing through the chamber. The lines of light beneath the marble glimmered, revealing hidden connections between courtiers, secret corridors, and the movements of servants long unnoticed. Each pulse carried information, each flicker a fragment of influence or intention, and Valeria's mind wove the threads together into a clear understanding of the palace's unseen currents. The hall seemed alive, resonating with her focus. The soft glow of the veins reflected in her eyes, illuminating her face with a serene radiance. She whispered an ancient invocation, learned from her grandmother, and the luminous sigil responded, amplifying her perception of the palace's energy. She traced her hand along the pedestal, following the subtle lines of power that pulsed faintly beneath the marble. Each movement revealing secrets invisible to ordinary eyes. Hours passed in quiet meditation, the pulse of the veins syncing with her own heartbeat, guiding her understanding of influence, loyalty, and hidden desire. The palace outside remained unaware of the insights she had gained, of the subtle knowledge that allowed her to anticipate movements, recognize concealed intentions, and gently guide events without a single word. Valeria rose at last, the faint glow of the hall reflecting in her serene eyes. She left the chamber with calm assurance, her mind alive with subtle currents of influence, her senses sharpened by the pulse of the palace itself. Tonight she would appear before her court with elegance, composure, and authority, but beneath the surface. She carried the quiet mastery of the moonlit veins, hidden, awareness that ensured her power remained unchallenged and her reign unbroken. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in the silvery glow of a crescent moon, its towers piercing the night sky like silent sentinels. Queen Valeria moved silently along a hidden path that led to the Garden of Midnight Whispers, a secluded sanctuary tucked away behind a labyrinth of hedges and enchanted walls. Unlike the other gardens of the palace, this one thrived only at night, its flowers and vines responding to the quiet rhythm of the moon and the subtle magic woven into the palace grounds. The garden was a labyrinth of silver-leaved trees, midnight blue roses, and glowing night-blooming lilies. Soft, phosphorescent moss covered the ground, creating a faintly luminous carpet that reflected the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of crushed jasmine, myrrh, and rare moonflowers, a fragrance that relaxed the mind while sharpening subtle perception. Each step Valeria took seemed to awaken the garden itself, petals shifting gently as if acknowledging her presence. At the center of the garden lay a small fountain carved from black marble, its waters shimmering faintly with silver luminescence. Floating upon the surface were petals of whispering moonlight, rare blossoms said to carry faint echoes of conversations, secrets, and desires. These petals were unique. They absorbed the intentions of those nearby, storing them until the queen released them in quiet ritual. Valeria knelt beside the fountain, her sapphire silk gown brushing against the soft moss, and plucked a single petal from the water. She crushed it gently between her fingers, releasing a subtle mist that swirled in the air like liquid silver. The mist carried faint whispers, ghostly fragments of past conversations, hidden thoughts, and quiet ambitions of those who walked the palace corridors earlier that day. Valeria closed her eyes, letting the whispers flow into her mind, each one revealing subtle nuances, hesitations, concealed desires, hidden fears that would otherwise go unnoticed. The garden seemed alive with quiet anticipation, every rustle of leaves and gentle sway of flowers amplifying the magic of the petals. Using a small silver wand she had brought from her private chambers, Valeria traced delicate sigils in the air above the fountain, guiding the whispers into a coherent rhythm. The faint murmurs coalesced, revealing the intricate web of intentions, loyalties, and secret ambitions that threaded through her court. She mapped the unseen currents with calm precision, understanding which alliances were genuine, which were tenuous, and which might shift with a subtle word or gesture. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, attuned to the soft pulse of magic flowing from the fountain and the glowing petals. Every faint whisper became a thread of understanding, allowing her to perceive the subtle dance of influence within her palace. By the time she arose, the garden had returned to serene stillness, its petals floating gently on the water, the soft silver glow reflecting in her eyes. Queen Valeria moved silently back through the hidden pathways, the faint hum of the garden lingering in her mind. The palace would see only her elegance, composure, and radiant authority, but beneath the calm exterior, she carried the quiet mastery of the midnight whispers knowledge that allowed her to anticipate movements, understand intentions, and guide her court with precision unseen by any other. Tonight, the shadows of the garden would remain her secret, a hidden power shaping the unseen currents of the palace. The palace of Arendar shimmered under the quiet gaze of the full moon, each tower reflecting silver upon the calm waters of the surrounding moat. Queen Valeria moved silently through a concealed corridor that led to the Hall of Crystal Veils, a hidden chamber where light, shadow, and reflection danced in endless patterns. It was said that this hall could reveal truths hidden not in words, but in intentions, and that even the most practiced deceit would tremble beneath the subtle magic woven into its walls. The hall was circular, its walls composed entirely of translucent crystal panels etched with delicate silver runes. Faint beams of moonlight filtered through, creating shifting patterns on the polished marble floor. Floating crystal orbs hovered along the perimeter, casting soft, prismatic reflections that shimmered across the queen's sapphire gown. The air smelled faintly of powdered starlight, a fragrance that calmed the mind while heightening perception. At the center of the hall stood a low pedestal supporting the veil of illuminated truth, a delicate sheet of crystal suspended in a silver frame. It shimmered faintly as though alive, reflecting not only physical appearances but also the subtle aura of intention surrounding every person in the palace. Queen Valeria approached, her fingers lightly brushing the frame, and felt a soft pulse of energy that seemed to acknowledge her presence. She knelt before the veil, closing her eyes for a moment to attune herself to its subtle magic. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, and the crystal shimmered, revealing faint traces of unseen currents, a courtier whose loyalty flickered uncertainly. a servant whose hesitations spoke of hidden worry, a noble whose polite gestures concealed quiet ambition. Unlike other artifacts she had encountered, the veil of illuminated truth revealed the delicate interplay between action and intention, subtle cues invisible to ordinary eyes. Valeria allowed her mind to flow with the veil's energy, tracing connections between the faintly glowing auras and movements. She could see which alliances were genuine, which intentions were fragile, and which ambitions could shift the delicate balance of power in the palace. The hall seemed alive, every prism of light reflecting not just the room, but the hidden dynamics of her court. Each ripple of light revealed another layer of understanding, a fragment of insight that would allow her to act with quiet mastery. A faint breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of night-blooming lilies and frost-kissed jasmine. Valeria inhaled slowly, letting the fragrance anchor her focus as she traced the movements of unseen currents with her mind. Hours passed in serene concentration, the soft, prismatic glow of the crystal reflecting in her eyes, each faint shimmer mapping another secret thread of influence. When she finally rose, the hall returned to calm stillness. The veil of illuminated truth pulsed faintly before dimming, leaving only subtle glimmers of reflected light. Queen Valeria walked silently through the crystal corridors, her mind alive with subtle insights, her senses attuned to the unspoken rhythms of her court. Tonight, the palace would witness only her composed elegance and radiant authority, unaware that she carried the quiet mastery of a chamber that revealed hidden intentions and delicate truths with gentle, hypnotic precision. The palace of Arendar lay silent under a sky strewn with countless stars, each one casting a faint silver glow over the towers. Queen Valeria moved through a concealed spiral staircase, descending to the chamber of starlit veins, a hidden sanctuary beneath the palace known to few. It was said that the palace itself had veins of subtle magic, glowing faintly like starlight, carrying currents of influence and intention. This chamber allowed the queen to trace these currents, revealing hidden alliances, secret fears, and ambitions invisible to ordinary eyes. The chamber was oval, its walls inlaid with polished onyx, veined with luminescent silver lines that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. The floor was smooth obsidian, reflecting the veins of light that traversed the walls, creating the illusion of standing atop a living constellation. Soft, floating lights hovered in the air, casting gentle illumination without disturbing the quiet atmosphere. The air carried the subtle fragrance of powdered starlight mixed with crushed night jasmine, a scent that sharpened the senses while soothing the mind. A tall, slender prism of flawless crystal encased in a silver frame The crystal pulsed faintly with light, its glow synchronized with the magical veins running through the chamber. It was said that by touching the crystal and attuning her mind, Valeria could feel the flow of influence within the palace, tracing hidden currents like a cartographer mapping invisible rivers. She approached the crystal, kneeling gracefully on the obsidian floor. Placing her hands lightly upon its surface, she closed her eyes, letting the pulsing veins resonate with her own heartbeat. Instantly, she could perceive the subtle energies that coursed through the palace, a noble whose loyalty wavered under pressure, a servant whose quiet hesitation concealed important knowledge, and a counselor whose carefully measured words hid ambition. Each pulse of light in the crystal corresponded to a subtle movement, a whisper, a shift of intent. Valeria traced her fingers along the surface, following the currents of light as they branched and intertwined, connecting individuals, rooms, and events throughout the palace. The chamber seemed alive, each pulse responding to her thoughts, allowing her to navigate the intricate web of hidden influence with precision and grace. Unlike the mirror of silent oaths or the veil of whispering shadows, this chamber revealed not just intentions, but the flow of subtle energy linking them, giving her an unparalleled understanding of the palace's hidden mechanics. A faint breeze drifted through a concealed vent, carrying the scent of night-blooming lilies and crushed moonflowers. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance ground her as she traced the veins, absorbing each subtle rhythm, each hidden connection. Hours passed in quiet concentration, the pulsing crystal illuminating her serene face as the palace's unseen currents unfolded before her like a living map. Finally, she rose, the crystal's light dimming gently, leaving only faint traces of starlight along the veins in the walls. Queen Valeria walked through the spiral corridor with calm assurance, her mind alive with subtle insights and understanding. The palace would see only her elegance, composure, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her serene exterior lay the quiet mastery of the starlit veins, a hidden network of influence, loyalty, and subtle power that guided her every decision. The palace of Arendar was cloaked in a gentle haze, the towers bathed in the soft glow of moonlight that reflected off the calm waters surrounding the fortress. Queen Valeria moved through a concealed passageway leading to the chamber of forgotten dreams, a hidden sanctuary where memories long buried could be glimpsed, and latent desires revealed through the magic of a single artifact, the Lantern of Forgotten Dreams. This chamber was said to be the keeper of slumbered intentions, the secrets people wished they had acted upon, and the faint, fleeting echoes of dreams abandoned in fear or doubt. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with polished mahogany and inlaid with delicate silver filigree that caught the light of floating lanterns. Each lantern was suspended in the air, its flame contained within a crystal orb that glimmered like captured starlight. The floor was a mosaic of black and silver tiles, forming intricate patterns that pulsed faintly as though alive with energy. The air carried the scent of crushed night-blooming roses, powdered lavender, and faint traces, creating an atmosphere that calmed the mind while heightening subtle perception. At the center of the chamber stood the lantern of forgotten dreams, a tall silver frame encasing a softly glowing orb of crystalline light. The orb pulsed gently, responding to the queen's presence and emotions. Valeria approached, kneeling before it with deliberate grace. Placing her hands lightly upon the frame, she closed her eyes, letting the ambient magic flow into her mind. Instantly, she felt the faint stirrings of dreams left unspoken, the quiet hopes and fears of those around her, each one suspended in delicate light as she focused. The orb's glow intensified, casting ethereal reflections across the walls. Faint visions emerged within the crystal moments of hesitation, unspoken words, and suppressed ambitions. Valeria traced these glimpses with her mind, understanding the quiet desires that shaped decisions and influenced interactions. Unlike other chambers, the lantern of forgotten dreams did not reveal the past or the future. It revealed the possibilities left dormant, the subtle forces that lingered in silence, yet held the power to reshape the present. The queen's hand hovered over the orb, guiding her thoughts as she mapped connections between these slumbered intentions and the movements of the palace. A courtier's dream of recognition, a servant's quiet hope for freedom, a noble's fear of exposure, all were revealed in soft, luminescent threads that linked their desires to the decisions they made. Valeria's mind wove these threads into a clear tapestry, allowing her to anticipate subtle shifts, influence outcomes, and guide events with precision invisible to anyone else. A gentle breeze drifted through the chamber, carrying the scent of night jasmine and powdered moonlight, further heightening her focus. Hours passed as she knelt before the lantern, absorbing the quiet power of forgotten dreams, letting their faint whispers guide her understanding. Each pulse of light in the orb resonated with a hidden truth, a secret wish, or an unspoken fear, giving her unparalleled insight into the hearts and minds of those within her palace. When she finally rose, the lantern's glow dimmed to a gentle shimmer, leaving only faint traces of light dancing across the chamber walls. Queen Valeria walked back through the secret passage, her mind alive with the quiet mastery of hidden hopes and desires. The palace would see only her elegance, composure, and radiant authority, But beneath the serene exterior, she carried the subtle power of the lantern of forgotten dreams, a secret that allowed her to navigate unseen currents and guide her realm with unmatched precision. The palace of Arendar was quiet beneath the late-night sky, silver moonlight glinting off its spires. Queen Valeria moved gracefully along a narrow, hidden corridor that led to the obsidian labyrinth, a secret underground maze said to contain the hidden truths of the palace itself. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, this labyrinth did not merely reveal information, it tested the queen's insight, patience, and intuition, allowing her to confront the subtle forces of deception and ambition that thrived in shadow. The labyrinth's walls were carved from polished black obsidian, smooth yet slightly rippled, reflecting faint, distorted images of anyone who dared to enter. Soft, phosphorescent veins ran through the stone, pulsing like a heartbeat and guiding only those attuned to their rhythm. The air was scented faintly with crushed, night-blooming lilies and powdered silver moss, creating a serene yet alert state of mind, perfect for focusing on the labyrinth's subtle energies. At the center of the maze lay the obsidian mirror, a dark, polished surface set into the floor, which revealed hidden truths about anyone who touched it. The labyrinth itself responded to intention, corridors subtly shifting as Valeria's mind focused, guiding her toward insights and away from distractions. Each turn, each reflection, offered faint whispers, moments of truth, concealed desires, or subtle deceptions within the palace. Valeria entered the maze with deliberate calm, her sapphire silk gown flowing around her like liquid night. Her hands traced the smooth walls, feeling the faint pulse of the phosphorescent veins beneath her fingertips. She let her mind attune to the rhythm of the labyrinth, each pulse a gentle guide, each reflection offering subtle insight. Shadows flickered along the walls, revealing hidden corridors, secret passages, and the faint traces of courtiers moving silently. Unaware of the queen's perceptive gaze, hours passed as Valeria navigated the labyrinth, each turn revealing new fragments of understanding. A courtier's hesitation became clear in a faint reflection. A noble's concealed ambition shimmered like a shadow dancing across the walls. Unlike other chambers, the labyrinth required active engagement. The queen had to perceive, interpret, and act upon the subtle currents, blending observation with intuition. Each insight gained added to her growing map of influence, intention, and hidden dynamics within the palace. At last, she reached the center where the obsidian mirror awaited. Kneeling beside it, Valeria placed her hands on the smooth surface. The mirror pulsed faintly, revealing interconnected threads of loyalty, ambition, and subtle deception, each line shimmering like a delicate river of shadow and light. She traced these threads with her fingers and mind, understanding the intricate web of the palace as though it were a living organism, each movement, whisper, and glance contributing to its delicate balance. When she rose, the labyrinth shifted behind her, returning to silent stillness as if nothing had moved. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden passage with calm authority, her mind alive with precise knowledge of the palace's unseen currents. The court would see only her elegance and serene command, unaware that beneath the surface she carried the quiet mastery of the obsidian labyrinth, a secret that allowed her to perceive the hidden patterns of influence and power with unmatched clarity. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in a soft silver haze as the moon traced its path across the sky. Queen Valeria moved quietly through a narrow, hidden passageway that led to the alcove of silent lanterns, a secret chamber where light and shadow intertwined to reveal the subtle truths of her court. This chamber was unlike any other. Its magic allowed her to perceive thoughts and intentions not through words or actions alone, but through the faint aura that each individual left behind. The alcove was small, yet enchanting. Its walls were carved from polished obsidian, inlaid with silver filigree that glimmered softly in the dim light. Hundreds of lanterns floated silently in the air, each containing a tiny, flickering flame that shimmered like captured starlight. These lanterns did not merely illuminate the chamber, they resonated with the presence of people elsewhere in the palace, capturing faint traces of their intentions, desires, and unspoken emotions. At the center of the alcove rested a low pedestal supporting the lantern of echoed intent, a crystal orb surrounded by intricate silver filigree. The orb pulsed faintly, as if alive, responding to the queen's touch. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully on the polished obsidian floor, and placed her hands lightly upon the orb. Immediately, the room seemed to breathe, the floating lanterns dimming and brightening in subtle patterns, each flame responding to the threads of intention flowing through the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the gentle rhythm of the lanterns. Soft whispers emerged, not of sound, but of thought, a courtier's hesitation, a servant's quiet fear, a noble's hidden ambition. The alcove of silent lanterns revealed these currents, not in words, but in shimmering patterns of light, delicate shifts that could be read only by one who possessed patience, focus, and insight. Valeria allowed her mind to flow with the light, tracing the subtle connections between these threads of intention. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, the soft glow of the lanterns casting intricate patterns across her sapphire gown and the polished obsidian floor. Every flicker and pulse told a story, a fleeting loyalty, a concealed plan, a quiet hope, or an unspoken warning. Unlike other chambers she had explored, the alcove of silent lanterns demanded full attention, for the secrets it revealed were subtle and intertwined, requiring perception and intuition to understand fully. Finally, she rose, letting her gaze sweep across the softly glowing lanterns one last time. The orb pulsed faintly before dimming to a gentle shimmer, leaving the alcove in calm stillness. Queen Valeria moved silently through the hidden corridor, her mind alive with the quiet knowledge of her court's hidden intentions. The palace outside would witness only her composed elegance and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her serene exterior she carried the mastery of the alcove of silent lanterns, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden desires, subtle ambitions, and the unspoken currents of influence flowing through her realm. The palace of Arendar rested in hushed serenity under a moonlit sky, its towers gleaming faintly like silver sentinels. Queen Valeria moved along a hidden spiral staircase that led to the atrium of whispering waters, a secret sanctuary where the palace's subtle energies and hidden truths converged in the flow of enchanted streams. This atrium was a sacred place, where water carried whispers of intentions, loyalty, and ambition from every corner of the palace, allowing the queen to hear what no ordinary ear could perceive. The atrium was vast yet intimate, a circular hall with walls of polished white marble streaked with veins of silver. Fountains of crystalline water rose from the floor, flowing in gentle arcs into shallow pools that reflected the soft glow of moonlight. The air was fragrant with night-blooming lilies and crushed moonstone petals, a scent that calmed the mind while sharpening subtle perception. Small ripples on the surface of the pools carried faint murmurs, almost blending with the gentle sound of flowing water to create a hypnotic rhythm at the center of the atrium stood the vessel of silent currents, a silver basin filled with water that shimmered faintly under the moonlight. This vessel captured the hidden currents of the palace, the quiet intentions of courtiers, the subtle desires of servants, and the faint echoes of unspoken words. Queen Valeria approached, her sapphire silk gown brushing softly against the marble floor, and knelt beside the vessel. She dipped her hands into the shimmering water, letting its cool touch resonate with her mind and spirit. Immediately, faint ripples emerged on the surface, carrying ghostly murmurs that whispered fragments of intentions, unspoken fears, and hidden ambitions. Valeria closed her eyes, letting the water's magic guide her understanding. Each ripple, each subtle movement was a thread connecting the actions of those within the palace. She traced them with her mind, discerning loyalty from hesitation, ambition from sincerity, and secret plots from innocent plans. Unlike other chambers, the atrium of whispering waters revealed not just intentions, but their flow, how one person's unspoken desires influenced another's actions. Like currents in a hidden stream, hours passed as Valeria remained kneeling, fully immersed in the quiet magic of the atrium. The gentle sound of flowing water and faint murmurs created a hypnotic rhythm, guiding her thoughts and heightening her awareness. Every ripple told a story, a noble's concealed worry, a servant's quiet hope, a courtier's tentative ambition. The queen mapped these subtle currents with calm precision, weaving the invisible threads of influence into a clear understanding of the palace's hidden dynamics. Finally, she rose, the vessel of silent currents, shimmering faintly before settling into stillness. Queen Valeria walked through the atrium with deliberate grace, her mind alive with knowledge and insight. The palace outside would witness only her elegance, composure, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her serene exterior, she carried the quiet mastery of the atrium of whispering waters, a secret that allowed her to perceive the hidden currents of loyalty, ambition, and subtle influence that shaped every action and word within her court. The palace of Arendar lay wrapped in the deep stillness of midnight, its silvered towers shimmering faintly under the glow of a full moon. Queen Valeria ascended a narrow, hidden spiral staircase leading to the Tower of Silent Echoes, a secluded sanctuary high above the palace. This tower was said to capture the unspoken thoughts, subtle intentions, and hidden fears of anyone within its walls, amplifying them into faint, hypnotic echoes that could be understood only by the queen. The tower's chamber was circular, its walls constructed from smooth ivory stone, inlaid with delicate silver runes that glimmered faintly. Tiny crystal prisms hung from the ceiling, reflecting moonlight into soft, shimmering patterns across the polished wooden floor. The air carried the faint fragrance of crushed night jasmine and powdered starlight, calming the mind while enhancing perception. As Valeria entered, she felt a subtle vibration beneath her feet, as though the tower itself recognized her presence and responded to her awareness. At the center of the room rested the orb of resonant whispers, a crystalline sphere set upon a pedestal of carved obsidian. The orb pulsed gently with pale light, capturing the faint echoes of thoughts and intentions that lingered in the palace. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on the smooth surface. Instantly, faint, hypnotic whispers filled her mind, not words, but impressions, emotions, and unspoken desires. She closed her eyes, and let the subtle resonance of the orb flow into her senses. Each faint echo revealed layers of hidden truth, a noble's hesitation disguised as diplomacy, a servant's quiet hope concealed behind obedience, a courtier's unvoiced ambition carefully masked by politeness. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the Tower of Silent Echoes allowed her to perceive not just intentions, but the emotional currents that accompanied them, the subtle tremor of fear, the quiet pulse of loyalty, the hidden ripple of desire. Hours passed as Valeria traced these echoes, mapping the palace's hidden dynamics in her mind. Each resonance was a thread in the intricate web of influence that shaped her realm. She learned to interpret the faint vibrations of intention, discerning subtle patterns of alliance, rivalry, and ambition that others could not see. The orb's light shifted with her focus, highlighting invisible connections between people, rooms, and events throughout the palace. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden window, carrying the scent of moonflowers and powdered silver moss. Valeria inhaled slowly, letting the fragrance ground her as she traced the hidden currents revealed by the orb. By the time she arose, the faint echoes had returned to stillness. Leaving the tower bathed in quiet moonlight, Queen Valeria descended the spiral staircase with calm assurance, her mind alive with knowledge and insight. The palace would witness only her serene composure, elegant presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her outward calm she carried the quiet mastery of the Tower of Silent Echoes, a secret power that allowed her to perceive the hidden emotional currents and unspoken intentions, shaping every interaction within her court. The palace of Arendar glimmered softly under a moonlit sky, its towers reflecting faint silver streaks across the tranquil waters surrounding the fortress. Queen Valeria walked silently along a hidden corridor that led to the Hall of Gilded Veins, a secret chamber carved deep within the palace walls. This hall was said to contain veins of golden energy running through its structure, representing the hidden strengths, ambitions, and untapped potential of everyone in the palace. It was a place where the queen could perceive the subtle currents of influence and power, tracing them like lines of shimmering gold. The hall was expansive, its walls of smooth marble streaked with thin veins of gold that pulsed faintly as if alive. The polished floor reflected the golden light, giving the illusion of standing atop a river of subtle power. The air was scented with crushed moonflowers, powdered silver petals, and faint traces of amber, creating a calming yet perceptive atmosphere. Floating golden orbs hovered along the walls, casting soft illumination and responding subtly to the queen's presence. At the center of the hall rested the scepter of veined insight, an artifact of rare craftsmanship, a silver rod inlaid with delicate golden lines that pulsed in tandem with the veins within the hall. This scepter allowed the queen to perceive the hidden potential and influence of everyone in the palace, revealing which individuals could be allies, which harbored ambition, and which contained untapped loyalty. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the pedestal, and placed her hands lightly upon the scepter. Instantly, the golden veins in the walls and floor shimmered brighter, pulsing in delicate harmony with her touch. Faint impressions of hidden intentions, quiet desires, and untapped potential flowed like liquid gold, connecting people, rooms, and corridors throughout the palace. Valeria's mind wove these threads into a complex map of influence and latent energy, allowing her to anticipate the subtle movements of her court and understand the hidden power dynamics at play. She traced the veins carefully, following the golden threads to uncover delicate secrets, a noble whose ambition was tempered by loyalty, a servant whose quiet obedience hid latent courage, a counselor whose knowledge and influence were untapped but ready to sway events. Unlike other chambers, the Hall of Gilded Veins revealed potential, showing not what had happened or what might happen, but what could emerge if the right choices were made. Hours passed as Valeria remained kneeling, attuned to the subtle rhythm of the golden veins. Every pulse told a story, every shimmer highlighted unseen possibilities. The chamber's magic allowed her to perceive the palace not as it appeared, but as a living organism, every individual contributing to the delicate network of influence, power, and potential. Finally, she rose, the scepter dimming to a gentle glow. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor, her mind alive with insight and strategy. The palace would witness only her serene composure and elegant presence, unaware that beneath her calm exterior she carried the mastery of the Hall of Gilded Veins, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden potential, subtle currents of power, and the delicate balance that shaped every decision and interaction in her court. The palace of Arendar lay quiet under the silver glow of a waning moon, its towers reflecting soft light upon the calm moat. Queen Valeria moved gracefully through a concealed staircase that descended deep beneath the palace, leading to the vault of whispering scrolls, a hidden sanctuary said to contain the accumulated knowledge, secrets, and forgotten histories of her court. This vault did not simply store information, it preserved the faint echoes of whispered intentions, confidential confessions, and secret ambitions, which could be understood only by one attuned to its subtle magic. The vault was vast yet intimate, lined with shelves carved from dark walnut, each holding countless scrolls sealed with silver and gold threads. The air was thick with the fragrance of aged parchment, powdered moonstone, and crushed night jasmine, creating a serene environment that sharpened the mind while relaxing the senses. Tiny motes of light floated through the chamber, illuminating the scrolls in a soft glow, as if each contained a faint pulse of life waiting to be awakened. At the center of the vault rested the scroll of echoed truths, a slender parchment sealed with silver filigree and glowing faintly. This artifact allowed Queen Valeria to access the hidden currents of the palace, unspoken rivalries, quiet loyalties, and subtle manipulations that shaped every interaction within her court. She approached, kneeling gracefully before the scroll, and gently unrolled it. Immediately, faint whispers filled the chamber, not audible words, but impressions of thoughts, intentions, and quiet desires that hovered in the air like delicate threads. Valeria closed her eyes, letting the faint whispers guide her understanding. Each scroll in the vault seemed to pulse softly in response to her presence, revealing hidden truths in patterns of light and movement. She traced the subtle currents with her mind, discerning the intentions of courtiers, the fears of servants, and the quiet ambitions of nobles. Unlike other chambers she had explored, the vault of whispering scrolls preserved the subtle traces of human thought over time, capturing both immediate intentions and echoes of past decisions. Hours passed as she kneeled among the shelves, absorbing the layered whispers and faint pulses of knowledge. Every flicker of light and subtle shift in the scrolls revealed delicate patterns, alliances, hidden rivalries, suppressed ambitions, and unspoken desires. Valeria mapped these threads with precision, weaving a tapestry of understanding that connected every individual room and secret within the palace. A soft draft drifted through the vault, carrying the fragrance of powdered starlight. Queen Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the faint currents of intention within the scrolls. By the time she rose, the soft whispers had settled into stillness. Leaving the vault bathed in calm moonlight, Queen Valeria walked back up the spiral staircase with serene authority, her mind alive with insight and strategy. The court would witness only her elegance, composure, and radiant command, unaware that beneath her outward calm lay the quiet mastery of the vault of whispering scrolls, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden knowledge, subtle intentions, and the delicate web of influence that shaped her realm. The palace of Arendar lay cloaked in the soft silver glow of a crescent moon, its towers casting elongated shadows across the quiet courtyards. Queen Valeria moved gracefully through a narrow, hidden corridor that led to the chamber of veiled reflections, a secret sanctuary where the palace itself seemed to mirror hidden truths. The chamber was said to reveal the subtleties of thought, emotion, and intent that lay behind every word and action, showing what people concealed even from themselves. The room was circular, its walls composed of polished obsidian interspersed with translucent panes that shimmered faintly, reflecting not images but emotions. Soft silver runes were etched along the edges of each pane, glowing faintly in harmony with the moonlight. The floor was inlaid with intricate patterns of white and black marble, forming delicate lattice that seemed to pulse softly, echoing the unspoken rhythms of the palace. The air was scented with crushed moonflowers and powdered silver petals, calming the mind while sharpening subtle perception. At the center of the chamber rested the mirror of hidden currents, a tall, slender panel framed with silver and inlaid with delicate veins of sapphire. When approached, it did not reflect the physical form, but the concealed currents within a person's mind and heart-hidden fears, quiet ambitions, subtle intentions, and unspoken loyalties. Queen Valeria stepped forward, kneeling gracefully before the mirror and placing her hands lightly on its frame. Immediately, the mirror pulsed with soft light, and faint patterns shimmered across its surface. Valeria closed her eyes, allowing the chamber's magic to attune her mind. She began to perceive the subtle undercurrents within her court, a noble whose polite demeanor masked impatience, a servant whose quiet gestures revealed trust, a courtier whose carefully measured words concealed ambition. Unlike any other artifact or chamber, the mirror of hidden currents revealed the delicate interplay of emotions, intentions, and influence, allowing Valeria to understand the palace as a living, breathing organism. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, tracing the subtle threads revealed in the mirror's shimmering patterns. Each pulse of light, each delicate shimmer, reflected hidden truths that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. The chamber seemed alive, responding to her focus, amplifying the whispers of the heart and mind until the full tapestry of hidden currents became clear. Valeria could now anticipate subtle shifts in loyalty, predict quiet acts of influence, and gently guide events in ways no one could perceive. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of night jasmine and powdered moonstone. Valeria inhaled deeply, grounding herself as she traced the intricate patterns of influence within the mirror. By the time she rose, the mirror's soft glow dimmed, leaving the chamber in serene stillness. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with calm authority, her mind alive with insight. The palace would witness only her elegance, composure, and radiant command, unaware that beneath her serene exterior lay the quiet mastery of the chamber of veiled reflections, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden currents of thought, emotion, and intent shaping every interaction within her court. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in the soft, muted glow of the rising moon, its towers casting long, silvery shadows across the quiet courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden archway that led to the sanctum of shifting shadows, a secret chamber where darkness itself became a medium of insight. Unlike other chambers, which revealed truths through light, sound, or reflection, this sanctum revealed the subtle interplay of concealment and revelation, showing what people hid both intentionally and unknowingly. The sanctum was circular, its walls formed from smooth black stone that absorbed all light, creating an almost infinite depth. Narrow veins of silver and faint indigo ran through the stone, pulsing faintly as if alive. The floor was polished obsidian, reflecting only the faintest hints of the queen's sapphire gown. Small orbs of dim indigo light hovered along the edges of the chamber, casting shadows that danced like liquid, shifting in response to the presence of thought and intention. The air was scented with powdered night jasmine and a hint of earthy moss, calming the mind while sharpening subtle perception. At the center of the room rested the obsidian prism of secrets, a tall, multifaceted crystal that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness while reflecting hidden truths in faint pulses of indigo light. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the prism, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, she felt a subtle vibration through her fingertips, as though the chamber itself acknowledged her presence. The shadows began to shift, revealing faint outlines, movements, and hidden intentions that otherwise would remain invisible. She closed her eyes and allowed the prism's magic to attune her mind. Each pulse of light and shadow revealed delicate layers of the palace's hidden dynamics. A noble whose courteous smiles concealed quiet ambition, a servant whose whispered words carried loyalty and subtle influence, a courtier whose gestures and hesitations formed a hidden map of intent. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the sanctum of shifting shadows revealed the interplay of concealment, secrecy, and subtle revelation, allowing Valeria to navigate her court with unmatched foresight. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, tracing the shifting shadows and faint pulses of indigo light. Every movement, every shadow revealed subtle nuances, hidden alliances, quiet hesitations, suppressed ambitions, and unspoken warnings. The chamber responded to her perception, amplifying faint truths and illuminating the concealed threads connecting people, actions, and intentions throughout the palace. A faint draft drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of crushed moonflowers and powdered starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the hidden movements within the prism and shadows. By the time she arose, the obsidian prism dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the chamber in serene darkness. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden archway with composed grace, her mind alive with insight. The palace would see only her calm elegance, radiant authority, and quiet command, unaware that beneath her serene exterior lay the mastery of the sanctum of shifting shadows, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden concealments, subtle intentions, and the delicate dance of secrecy shaping every interaction within her court. The palace of Arendar lay tranquil beneath a sky scattered with stars, the moon casting silvery threads across its gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria stepped through a concealed stone archway that led to the Garden of Eternal Whispers, a hidden sanctuary where nature itself held memories, secrets, and subtle truths. This garden was not ordinary. Every plant, vine, and flower resonated with the faint echoes of past conversations, hidden intentions, and the quiet musings of the palace's inhabitants. The garden was circular and enclosed, its walls of ivy-covered stone hiding it entirely from ordinary view. Silver fountains gurgled softly, their waters shimmering with moonlight, while delicate night-blooming flowers released fragrances that mingled with powdered moonstone dust carried in the air. Faint motes of starlight drifted among the foliage, illuminating paths winding between flowering trees and glimmering pools. The soft hum of magical energy created a hypnotic rhythm, calming the mind while opening it to subtle truths hidden within the garden's living web. At the center of the garden rested the fountain of whispered truths, a silver basin filled with water that reflected faint, shimmering impressions of past conversations and intentions. Valeria approached, kneeling on a circular mosaic of black and white stones surrounding the fountain. Placing her hands lightly in the cool water, she felt a subtle vibration coursing through her fingertips, connecting her to the garden's quiet magic. Immediately, faint whispers rose from the fountain, not audible in the ordinary sense, but perceptible to the mind, fragments of secrets, unspoken fears, quiet ambitions, and hidden loyalties intertwined in delicate threads. Valeria traced these threads with her thoughts, unraveling the complex tapestry of intentions and desires that flowed like invisible rivers through the palace. Unlike other chambers, the Garden of Eternal Whispers revealed not only present truths, but also the lingering echoes of past interactions, allowing her to perceive patterns, hidden motives, and the subtle growth of influence over time. Hours passed as she remained kneeling beside the fountain, following the faint currents of intention through the garden. A courtier's hesitation from a week past shimmered in the reflection. A servant's quiet devotion revealed itself in the rustle of leaves, and a noble's suppressed ambition glimmered faintly in the ripples of the water. The garden responded to her perception, each ripple and rustle revealing further connections and insights. A gentle breeze drifted through the sanctuary, carrying the fragrance of crushed moon, powdered night jasmine, and a hint of silver moss. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she followed the threads of whispered truths, absorbing the subtle knowledge the garden offered. By the time she arose, the fountain's soft glow dimmed, leaving the garden in serene tranquility. Queen Valeria walked silently back through the concealed archway with calm assurance, her mind alive with insight and understanding. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, radiant authority, and serene presence, unaware that beneath her calm exterior lay the quiet mastery of the Garden of Eternal Whispers, a secret power that allowed her to perceive past intentions, hidden desires, and the subtle currents of influence flowing through her court. The palace of Arendar shimmered under the vast night sky, its towers reaching like silver spires toward the stars. Queen Valeria ascended a narrow, hidden spiral staircase to the celestial observatory of silent stars, a secret chamber perched atop the tallest tower. This observatory was unlike any other. It did not merely track celestial bodies, but captured the subtle energies of the cosmos, revealing hidden connections between the heavens and the palace below. It was said that those attuned to its magic could perceive fate, intention, an influence intertwined in patterns visible only through the silent stars. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with polished obsidian, etched with delicate constellations in silver and faint sapphire. A vast, domed ceiling of transparent crystal allowed the night sky to pour in unfiltered, reflecting the stars onto the polished marble floor in shimmering pools of light. The air was faintly scented with crushed night-blooming jasmine, powdered moonstone, and traces of starlight, creating a serene yet perceptive atmosphere. Soft, suspended orbs of pale light hovered in the chamber, casting gentle illumination over the telescopes and mystical instruments scattered throughout. At the center of the observatory rested the astrolabe of hidden currents, a complex, silver-gilded device inlaid with sapphire, its dials and rings pulsing faintly with cosmic energy. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the astrolabe and placing her hands lightly upon its smooth surface. Instantly, the instruments began to rotate and shift, aligning with the subtle flows of energy linking palace events to celestial movements. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the intricate patterns of stars and energy. Each pulse, each alignment revealed faint threads of influence. A noble's carefully timed decision influenced by unseen celestial rhythms. A courtier's ambition shaped by subtle omens. A servant's loyalty resonating with quiet cosmic guidance. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the celestial observatory of silent stars revealed the interconnectedness of fate and intention, allowing Valeria to perceive hidden currents in both the palace and the wider cosmos. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, tracing the celestial patterns and subtle flows of energy. The astrolabe glimmered softly, mapping invisible connections that intertwined the heavens with mortal decisions. Every pulse of light, every rotation of the instrument revealed subtle alignments of power, hidden potential, and delicate influences that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a concealed vent, carrying the scent of powdered moonflowers and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance ground her as she traced the cosmic currents, absorbing the subtle knowledge and foresight they offered. By the time she arose, the astrolabe dimmed to a soft glow. Leaving the observatory bathed in serene starlight, Queen Valeria descended the hidden spiral staircase with calm authority, her mind alive with understanding. The palace would witness only her serene elegance, composed presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her calm exterior lay the mastery of the celestial observatory of silent stars, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden currents of fate, intention, and influence woven between the heavens and her court. The palace of Arendar lay in tranquil silence under a moonlit sky, its spires casting slender silver reflections across the surrounding waters. Queen Valeria descended a hidden spiral staircase that led to the chamber of liquid time, a secret sanctuary where the flow of time itself seemed to become a tangible element. It was said that in this chamber, moments could be observed as if suspended, allowing her to perceive subtle decisions, hidden actions, and the unseen consequences that rippled through her palace. The chamber was circular, its walls crafted from polished black marble streaked with silver, forming intricate patterns that shimmered faintly as though alive. Pools of liquid crystal rested at intervals along the floor, each reflecting moonlight in a spectrum of muted silvers and blues. The air was scented with crushed, night-blooming lilies, powdered starlight, and the faint aroma of time-worn parchment, creating an atmosphere both calming and intensely focused. Soft, hovering orbs of pale light floated, their glow shifting gently in rhythm with the flow of the liquid. At the center of the chamber rested the hourglass of whispered moments, a tall, crystalline structure filled with silvery liquid that pulsed and flowed slowly as if alive. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the hourglass, and placed her hands lightly on the smooth crystal surface. Instantly, the silvery liquid responded, rippling outward and revealing faint images of past interactions, hidden decisions, and subtle choices made within the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the flowing currents of liquid time. Each ripple revealed unseen consequences, delicate shifts of loyalty, hidden hesitations, and quiet ambitions. Unlike other chambers, the chamber of liquid time allowed Valeria to perceive the cascading effects of each decision, tracing how small choices influenced larger events. She observed faint echoes of whispered secrets, fleeting acts of courage, and subtle manipulations, each suspended moment illuminating the invisible patterns shaping her realm. Hours passed as she traced the liquid currents, following subtle threads of cause and effect that connected individuals, rooms, and events across the palace. A courtier's hesitation from days past shimmered in the pools. A servant's quiet courage revealed itself in a fleeting ripple. A noble's concealed ambition traced a delicate arc of influence. The chamber responded to her perception, amplifying the faint currents of time until the tapestry of decisions and consequences became clear. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of night jasmine and powdered moonstone. Valeria inhaled deeply, grounding herself as she followed the subtle flow of liquid time, absorbing the quiet knowledge it offered. By the time she rose, the hourglass dimmed to a gentle, steady glow. Leaving the chamber bathed in serene silver light, Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden staircase with composed grace, her mind alive with foresight and understanding. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, radiant authority, and serene presence, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the chamber of liquid time, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden actions, subtle decisions, and the invisible ripples of influence that shaped every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay wrapped in quiet silver shadows, the moonlight reflecting across its towers and courtyard pools. Queen Valeria ascended a concealed staircase that led to the vault of silent chimes, a hidden sanctuary where sound and silence converged to reveal truths invisible to the eye. This vault was unlike any other. Here the faintest vibrations, unspoken words, and subtle tensions in the palace could be perceived as soft, hypnotic tones. allowing her to trace hidden intentions and quiet alliances with perfect clarity. The vault was circular, its walls lined with black obsidian panels. Suspended from the ceiling were hundreds of crystal chimes, each carved from moonstone and clear quartz, their surfaces catching faint light and reflecting it in subtle rainbows. The floor was polished obsidian, absorbing the slightest sound while allowing faint vibrations to resonate throughout the room. The air carried a delicate scent of crushed jasmine, powdered starlight, and faint hints of creating a calming yet intensely perceptive atmosphere. At the center of the vault rested the chime of hidden currents, a large crystal-like instrument etched with silver and veined with sapphire, resting on a low pedestal. When touched, it resonated with faint, hypnotic tones that revealed the subtle energies of those within the palace, the hidden hesitations, quiet loyalties, and unspoken ambitions that shaped the court's delicate balance. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the chime, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, the crystal pulsed and emitted faint tones, harmonizing with the vibrations of the palace itself. Queen Valeria closed her eyes, allowing the hypnotic resonance to fill her mind. Each tone revealed delicate currents, a noble's polite smile masking ambition, a servant's quiet gestures of loyalty, a courtier's hushed intentions carefully concealed. Unlike other chambers, the vault of silent chimes allowed her to perceive the subtle vibrations of influence and intention, converting them into patterns she could interpret with clarity and precision. Hours passed as she traced the gentle tones, mapping the quiet interactions and hidden patterns within the palace. The chimes responded to her focus, amplifying delicate currents until the invisible threads of influence and loyalty became apparent. Each faint vibration revealed subtle alliances, quiet hesitations, and hidden ambitions that might otherwise have gone unnoticed, creating a living map of the palace's intricate dynamics. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of crushed moonflowers and powdered silver petals. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she followed the faint tones of the chimes, absorbing the knowledge they revealed. By the time she rose, the chime of hidden currents dimmed to a gentle, steady glow. Leaving the vault in serene stillness, Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden staircase with calm authority, her mind alive with insight and understanding. The palace would witness only her serene composure, graceful presence, and radiant command, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the vault of silent chimes, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle alliances, and the delicate harmonies of influence shaping her court. The palace of Arendar shimmered beneath a tranquil moonlit sky, its towers casting long, delicate shadows over the quiet gardens. Queen Valeria moved silently along a hidden corridor that led to the Hall of Echoed Silks, a secret chamber where fabric itself seemed to hold memories, intentions, and whispers of the past. This hall was unlike any other. Here, the threads of woven silk captured the hidden currents of thought and emotion, allowing her to perceive subtle truths embedded in the very textiles that adorned the palace. The hall was long and vaulted, with walls draped in layers of finely woven silk in shades of silver, sapphire, and midnight blue. Each fabric shimmered softly in the moonlight, the threads moving as though alive, revealing delicate patterns and hidden symbols when touched by the queen's awareness. The polished marble floor reflected the glow of the silks, creating an almost liquid interplay of light and shadow. The air was fragrant with crushed, night-blooming jasmine, powdered starlight, and faint hints of sandalwood, creating a calm yet attentive atmosphere. At the center of the hall rested the tapestry of hidden threads, an immense silk creation inlaid with silver and sapphire filigree. It was said to capture not only the intentions and emotions of those who touched it, but also the subtle patterns of influence weaving through the palace. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the tapestry and brushing her fingers lightly across its surface. Instantly, the threads shimmered and pulsed, revealing faint impressions of whispered secrets, concealed loyalties, and hidden ambitions. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the tapestry's gentle rhythm. Each thread told a story, a noble's courteous words masking ambition, a servant's quiet gestures revealing steadfast loyalty, a courtier's subtle manipulations forming delicate patterns of influence. Unlike other chambers, the Hall of Echoed Silks allowed Valeria to perceive emotional and social currents embedded in the very fabric of the palace, revealing how intentions intertwined across rooms, courtyards, and hidden corridors. Hours passed as she traced the shimmering threads, mapping the silent interplay of influence, loyalty, and hidden ambition. The tapestry responded to her focus, its threads shifting subtly to reveal deeper patterns and delicate connections. Each flicker of silver and sapphire illuminated alliances, hesitations, and intentions that might otherwise have gone unnoticed, creating a living map of the palace's invisible networks. A soft draft drifted through the hidden vents, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone and crushed jasmine. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the threads of the tapestry. absorbing the subtle truths it revealed. By the time she arose, the tapestry of hidden threads shimmered gently before settling into a calm, reflective state. Leaving the hall in serene quiet, Queen Valeria walked back through the concealed corridor with composed grace, her mind alive with insight and understanding. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene authority, and radiant presence, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the Hall of Echoed Silks, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle loyalties, and delicate patterns of influence woven into every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay wrapped in the soft, silver glow of moonlight, its towers casting delicate shadows across the tranquil gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently through a narrow, hidden passage that led to the lanterns of veiled horizons, a secret chamber where suspended lanterns illuminated truths not seen by ordinary eyes. This chamber was unlike any other. Each lantern contained the faint light of hidden possibilities, revealing paths of influence, subtle intentions, and the quiet choices that shaped the palace's destiny. The chamber was circular, its walls formed of polished obsidian, streaked with delicate veins of silver and pale sapphire. Hundreds of lanterns hung at varying heights, each containing a small, flickering flame that glimmered with faint colors, shifting subtly in response to the queen's presence. The polished marble floor reflected the lantern's light, creating an ethereal mosaic of glimmers and shadows. The air carried the scent of crushed moon, powdered starlight, and a faint trace of amber, soothing the mind while sharpening perception. At the center of the room rested the lantern of silent guidance, a tall, intricately crafted lantern inlaid with silver filigree and veins of sapphire. It was said that this lantern could reveal hidden pathways of action, subtle manipulations, and unspoken intentions of those in the palace. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the lantern and placing her hands lightly on its frame. Instantly, the flame pulsed gently, sending delicate threads of colored light across the chamber, each representing hidden currents and potential outcomes. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the lantern's glow. Each shifting color and pulse revealed subtle truths, a noble whose polite words concealed hidden ambitions, a servant whose quiet gestures spoke of loyalty beyond measure, a courtier whose carefully measured acts hinted at manipulation and foresight. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the lanterns of veiled horizons revealed the subtle possibilities that lay ahead, highlighting consequences and potential alignments invisible to ordinary perception. Hours passed as she remained kneeling, tracing the intricate threads of colored light, Each lantern responded to her focus, illuminating pathways, choices, and hidden influences that connected rooms, courtyards, and individuals across the palace. The delicate interplay of light allowed Valeria to anticipate subtle movements, uncover concealed intentions, and understand the invisible forces shaping her court. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of powdered moonstone and crushed jasmine. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the lantern's glowing threads, absorbing the quiet guidance they offered. By the time she rose, the lantern of silent guidance dimmed to a soft, steady glow, leaving the chamber bathed in tranquil, shimmering light. Queen Valeria walked back through the concealed passage with serene grace, her mind alive with insight and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, radiant authority, and calm presence, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the lanterns of veiled horizons, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle choices, and delicate pathways shaping the destiny of her court. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in the soft, silvery glow of a waning moon, its spires casting elongated shadows across the serene gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria descended a concealed spiral staircase leading to the Chamber of Lunar Veins, a hidden sanctuary carved deep beneath the palace. This chamber was said to hold the flowing essence of the moon itself, revealing subtle connections between the queen, her court, and the hidden currents that shaped the palace. The chamber was circular, its walls formed from smooth white marble, streaked with veins of luminous silver and pale blue. The floor mirrored the ceiling, polished to a sheen that reflected the delicate moonlight streaming through hidden vents. Soft, floating orbs of pale silver light hovered throughout the room, casting gentle illumination that shifted slowly, as if breathing with the chamber itself. The air was scented with powdered moon, crushed jasmine, and faint traces of silver moss, creating a calm yet deeply attentive atmosphere. At the center of the chamber rested the moonstone diadem of whispered currents, a delicately wrought crown set upon a pedestal of pale obsidian veined with silver. This artifact allowed Queen Valeria to perceive the subtle flows of loyalty, ambition, and intention among those within her palace. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the diadem, and placed her hands lightly upon it. Instantly, the lunar veins embedded in the walls and floor pulsed with soft light, revealing faint threads of emotion, influence, and hidden intention. She closed her eyes, letting the moonstone's magic attune her senses. Each pulse, each shimmer, revealed delicate truths, a noble whose calm demeanor concealed restless ambition. a servant whose silent gestures radiated loyalty, a courtier whose careful words hinted at subtle manipulation. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the chamber of lunar veins illuminated the ebb and flow of influence, showing how loyalty and ambition moved through the palace like hidden rivers of silver light. Hours passed as Valeria traced the lunar veins, following delicate threads of subtle intention and hidden emotion. The chamber responded to her focus, amplifying the faint currents of influence and revealing unseen alignments and quiet tensions within her court. Each shimmer and pulse created a living map of connections, hidden desires, and potential outcomes, allowing her to anticipate subtle shifts in power before they manifested outwardly. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered starlight, crushed moonflowers, and faint traces of silver moss. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she followed the glowing lunar veins, absorbing the delicate knowledge they offered. By the time she rose, the moonstone diadem dimmed to a gentle glow, leaving the chamber bathed in serene, silvery tranquility. Queen Valeria ascended the spiral staircase with composed grace, her mind alive with insight and understanding. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the chamber of lunar veins, a secret power that allowed her to perceive the subtle currents of loyalty, ambition, and hidden intentions flowing through her court. The palace of Arendar rested quietly beneath a silver-washed night sky, the moon casting long, delicate shadows over the marble courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden tunnel that descended deep beneath the foundations of the palace, leading to the crypt of whispering shadows, a secret chamber where past deeds, secrets, and hidden intentions of those long gone lingered like faint echoes. The crypt was said to capture subtle traces of history and human emotion, revealing truths invisible to ordinary eyes. The chamber was vast, yet intimate, its walls carved from obsidian veined with pale silver, giving the impression of flowing shadows frozen in time. The polished black floor reflected faint flickers of luminescent glyphs etched along the walls, which glimmered softly when the queen's presence passed near them. The air carried a delicate scent of crushed night-blooming lilies, powdered moonstone, and a faint metallic undertone, creating a calm, contemplative atmosphere. At the center of the crypt rested the obsidian lantern of silent memories, a tall, multifaceted lantern inlaid with veins of silver and faint saffron glow. This artifact allowed Queen Valeria to perceive the lingering intentions, regrets, and ambitions of those who had passed through the palace over centuries. she approached, kneeling gracefully before the lantern, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, shadows along the walls stirred, forming faint figures and shapes that revealed hidden histories and the subtle consequences of long-forgotten decisions. Valeria closed her eyes, attuning herself to the lantern's faint pulses of light. Each shimmer and movement revealed delicate patterns, a long-forgotten noble whose ambition had shaped hidden alliances, a servant whose loyalty had quietly influenced generations, a courtier whose suppressed envy. Unlike other chambers, the crypt of whispering shadows preserved the faint echoes of the past, allowing Valeria to understand how history's subtle threads continued to influence the present. Hours passed as she traced the shifting shadows, following delicate lines of influence and quiet intentions left behind by those who had walked the palace long before. The lantern's glow pulsed softly with her focus, amplifying faint currents until the intricate patterns of past actions and their present consequences became apparent. Each flicker revealed alliances, tensions, and hidden ambitions that had subtly shaped the palace over time. A soft draft drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of crushed moonflowers and powdered silver petals. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the echoes of history, absorbing the subtle knowledge and insight they offered. By the time she arose, the obsidian lantern dimmed to a gentle glow, leaving the crypt bathed in calm, silvery darkness. Queen Valeria ascended the hidden staircase with quiet composure, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the crypt of whispering shadows, a secret that allowed her to perceive the lingering currents of past deeds, subtle intentions, and hidden consequences shaping her court even across generations. The Palace of Arendar, its towers casting gentle silver reflections across the gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria moved gracefully along a concealed passage that led to the Hall of Crystalline Echoes, a secret sanctuary where every sound, whisper, and sigh from the palace could be captured and interpreted through shimmering crystals. The hall was said to reveal intentions, emotions, and concealed truths, turning the faintest vibrations into patterns the queen could perceive with her mind. The hall was vast and vaulted, its walls lined with tall, translucent crystals that glimmered faintly with hues of silver, sapphire, and pale indigo. Each crystal responded subtly to movement, sound, and thought, pulsing with light when touched by the queen's awareness. The polished obsidian floor reflected the crystalline glow, creating an almost liquid sea of faint illumination. The air was fragrant with powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and faint traces of starlight, calming the mind while heightening perception. At the center of the hall rested the crystal of whispered currents, a multifaceted gem set upon a pedestal of black obsidian veined with silver. This artifact allowed Queen Valeria to perceive hidden thoughts, subtle intentions, and quiet loyalties within the palace. She approached, kneeling gracefully before the crystal, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, the crystals lining the walls began to shimmer and vibrate faintly, translating the palace's subtle sounds and movements into visual pulses of light and color. Valeria closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the delicate echoes. Each shimmer revealed hidden truths, a noble whose calm words masked quiet ambition, a servant whose gestures revealed deep loyalty, a courtier whose measured acts concealed careful manipulation. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the Hall of Crystalline Echoes allowed her to perceive the intricate resonance of emotions and intentions, showing how even unspoken words and subtle gestures rippled through the palace. Hours passed as she traced the shifting lights and subtle vibrations, following delicate threads of influence and hidden emotion. The hall responded to her focus, amplifying faint currents until a living tapestry of loyalty, hesitation, ambition, and intention became clear. Every flicker of crystal light revealed hidden alliances, suppressed rivalries, and subtle gestures that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of powdered starlight, crushed moonflowers, and faint traces of silver moss. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance ground her as she followed the crystal echoes, absorbing the subtle insights they offered. By the time she arose, the crystal of whispered currents dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the hall bathed in calm, serene illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the concealed passage with composed grace, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her serene elegance, radiant presence, and calm authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the Hall of Crystalline Echoes, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden thoughts, subtle intentions, and the delicate resonance of influence weaving through her court. The palace of Arendar lay quiet under a crescent moon, its towers casting silvery reflections across the still courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently through a concealed corridor that led to the vault of eternal mirrors, a secret chamber where every reflection held more than mere appearance. It captured essence, intention, and hidden facets of those who stood before it. This vault was said to reveal truths unseen by ordinary eyes, allowing the queen to glimpse the interplay of desire, loyalty, and subtle ambition. The vault was circular, its walls lined with tall mirrors framed in silver and veined with sapphire. Each mirror reflected not only physical form, but also faint, shifting images of thoughts, emotions, and intentions. The polished marble floor mirrored the ceiling and walls, creating an illusion of infinite depth. The air was fragrant with powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and hints of starlight, calming the mind while sharpening perception. Soft, hovering orbs of pale light floated through the room, highlighting the mirror's edges and enhancing their reflective magic. At the center of the vault rested the mirror of hidden facets, an immense silver-framed mirror inlaid with sapphire and delicate silver filigree. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the mirror, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Instantly, the reflected surface shimmered, revealing faint patterns of emotion, subtle ambition, concealed intentions, and hidden truths woven into the very essence of those around her. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the mirror's magic. Each pulse of reflected light revealed delicate threads, a noble whose courteous smile masked impatience, a servant whose quiet gestures revealed steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose carefully measured words concealed ambition. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the vault of eternal mirrors allowed her to perceive hidden facets of character and intention, revealing how unseen forces shaped interactions and influence throughout the palace. Hours passed as she traced the faint reflections, mapping subtle currents of loyalty, hidden ambitions, and quiet tension. The mirror responded to her focus, amplifying these invisible threads until the intricate network of influence, desire, and intention became clear. Each shimmer revealed subtle alliances, suppressed rivalries, and delicate gestures that shaped the palace in ways unnoticed by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of crushed moonflower, powdered moonstone, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the mirror's reflections, absorbing the subtle knowledge they offered. By the time she arose, the mirror of hidden facets dimmed to a soft, steady glow, leaving the vault bathed in serene illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the concealed corridor with calm authority, her mind alive with insight and understanding. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, serene presence, and radiant command, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the vault of eternal mirrors, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and delicate currents of influence shaping every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay in gentle silence beneath a sky dusted with stars, the moon casting long, tranquil shadows across the gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria moved carefully through a hidden archway that led to the alcove of veiled reflections, a secret chamber where subtle layers of perception, memory, and intention were captured in softly glowing surfaces. This alcove was said to reveal not only what people displayed outwardly, but also the delicate shadows of thought and feeling hidden beneath Dot. The alcove was small, yet intimate, its walls lined with iridescent panels of polished glass, veined with silver and sapphire. Each panel shimmered softly, reflecting not only physical images, but also faint echoes of emotion, subtle desires, and concealed motives. The polished black marble floor mirrored the walls, creating an impression of infinite depth. The air was fragrant with powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and a whisper of starlight, creating an atmosphere both soothing and intensely perceptive. At the center of the alcove rested the crystal lens of quiet truths, a delicately faceted lens set upon a pedestal of dark obsidian veined with silver. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the lens, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, the panels of the alcove glimmered and shifted, revealing faint, ethereal images of concealed thoughts, quiet intentions, and hidden alliances. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the lens's subtle energy. Each shimmer revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous exterior masked ambition, a servant whose silent gestures radiated steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose words concealed careful calculation. Unlike other chambers, the alcove of veiled reflections allowed Valeria to perceive the hidden layers of thought and emotion, illuminating subtle patterns of influence and quiet intention woven throughout the palace. Hours passed as she traced the glowing reflections, following delicate threads of hidden emotion and subtle intention. The alcove responded to her focus, amplifying faint currents until the intricate network of loyalty, ambition, and concealed feeling became clear. Each shimmer revealed quiet alliances, suppressed rivalries, and unspoken gestures that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed moonflowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the lens's quiet revelations, absorbing the subtle insights it offered. By the time she arose, the crystal lens dimmed to a gentle glow, leaving the alcove bathed in serene, ethereal light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden archway with calm grace, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her serene elegance, composed presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the alcove of veiled reflections, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden emotions, subtle intentions, and delicate currents of influence shaping every corner of her court. The palace of Arundel lay in soft tranquility beneath a star-strewn sky, its spires glinting in the gentle moonlight. Queen Valeria moved quietly through a hidden corridor that led to the Garden of Silent Statues, a secret sanctuary where sculpted forms captured not only physical likeness, but also hidden emotions, intentions, and unspoken truths. This garden was said to reveal the subtle nature of those who walked within the palace, preserving echoes of character in marble and stone. The garden was circular and enclosed, its walls hidden by thick ivy and climbing night-blooming flowers. Each statue, carved from pale marble, veined with silver, depicted courtiers, servants, and nobles, frozen in serene poses that hinted at hidden ambitions, silent devotion, and suppressed emotions. Soft pools of water reflected the moonlight and the statue's forms, creating a delicate interplay of light and shadow. The air carried the gentle fragrance of crushed moonflowers, powdered jasmine, and faint traces of silver moss, creating a calming yet perceptive atmosphere. At the center of the garden rested the obelisk of whispered forms, a tall, narrow stone structure etched with delicate silver runes. It was said that this obelisk allowed Queen Valeria to perceive the hidden essence of anyone who had been present in the palace, transforming subtle traits, intentions, and loyalties into visible forms that could be interpreted. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the obelisk, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Immediately, the statues in the garden seemed to shimmer subtly, revealing faint traces of hidden thoughts, ambitions, and quiet intentions. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the obelisk's power. Each flicker and shimmer revealed delicate truths, a noble whose polite words masked restless ambition, a servant whose quiet gestures conveyed steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose careful acts concealed manipulation and desire. Unlike other chambers, the Garden of Silent Statues captured the essence of individuals over time, revealing not just intentions, but enduring patterns of character that shaped the palace, subtly yet persistently. Hours passed as Valeria traced the shifting forms, following delicate lines of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion. The obelisk responded to her focus, amplifying the subtle currents until a living map of influence, suppressed rivalries, and quiet devotion became apparent. Each shimmer and flicker revealed delicate alliances, secret ambitions, and subtle gestures that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through the garden, carrying the scent of powdered moonstone, crushed moonflowers, and faint jasmine. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance ground her as she followed the obelisk's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge and insight they offered. By the time she arose, the obelisk of whispered forms dimmed to a gentle glow. Leaving the garden bathed in serene moonlight, Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with calm composure, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the garden of silent statues, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden character, subtle intentions, and the quiet currents of influence flowing through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in a serene silver glow, the moonlight tracing gentle patterns across its towering spires and gardens. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden archway that led to the chamber of veiled reflections, a secret sanctuary where surfaces captured not merely appearances, but the faintest traces of emotion, intention, and unspoken thought. It was a chamber said to reveal not what people showed the world, but what they carried quietly in their hearts. The chamber was long and vaulted, its walls lined with panels of glass, tinted in subtle shades of sapphire, silver, and pale indigo. Each panel shimmered faintly, capturing and reflecting layers of hidden emotion and subtle intention. The polished obsidian floor mirrored the walls, creating the impression of infinite depth. The air carried a delicate scent of powdered moonstone, crushed jasmine, and soft starlight, creating a calm yet intensely perceptive atmosphere. At the center of the chamber rested the sapphire lens of quiet truths, a delicately faceted lens set upon a pedestal of black obsidian veined with silver. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its surface. Immediately, the glass panels shimmered and shifted, revealing faint, ethereal images of concealed emotions, hidden intentions, and subtle currents of influence within the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning her mind to the lens's power. Each pulse and shimmer revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous exterior masked ambition, a servant whose quiet gestures radiated loyalty, a courtier whose carefully measured words concealed calculated intentions. Unlike other chambers, the chamber of veiled reflections allowed Valeria to perceive the hidden layers of thought and emotion. illuminating subtle patterns of influence that moved silently through the palace. Hours passed as she traced the glowing reflections, following delicate threads of subtle intention and hidden emotion. The chamber responded to her focus, amplifying faint currents until the intricate tapestry of loyalty, ambition, and unspoken feelings became clear. Every shimmer and pulse revealed hidden alliances, suppressed rivalries, and quiet gestures that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A soft breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed moonflowers, and faint traces of silver petals. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the lens's revelations, absorbing the subtle insights they offered. By the time she arose, the sapphire lens dimmed to a gentle glow, leaving the chamber bathed in serene, ethereal illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden archway with composed grace, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the chamber of veiled reflections, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden emotions, subtle intentions, and delicate currents of influence flowing through every corner of her court. The moon casting silver streaks across the marble courtyards, Queen Valeria ascended a concealed staircase to the observatory of whispering stars, a hidden tower where the movements of the heavens were said to mirror subtle currents of intention, fate, and influence within the palace. This observatory allowed her to perceive not only celestial patterns, but also their reflections in the lives of those under her rule. The observatory was circular, with walls of polished obsidian and tall arched windows that revealed the expanse of the night sky. A domed ceiling, encrusted with tiny silver filigree stars, reflected the heavens above, creating the sensation of floating among constellations. The polished floor mirrored the ceiling, so that the stars appeared to surround the queen entirely. The air carried the faint scent of crushed moonflowers, powdered starlight, and soft incense, creating a serene, hypnotic atmosphere. At the center of the observatory rested the astrolabe of silent currents, an intricate device crafted from silver, sapphire, and moonstone. It was said to capture subtle movements of fate and influence, translating them into patterns that Valeria could interpret. She approached, kneeling gracefully before the astrolabe, and gently turned its delicate gears. Instantly, faint threads of silvery light emerged from its surface, weaving across the room in patterns that mirrored the hidden intentions and ambitions of those within her court. Valeria closed her eyes, attuning herself to the astrolabe's subtle energy. Each shifting thread revealed delicate truths, a noble whose polite demeanor concealed secret rivalry, a servant whose quiet devotion shaped hidden alliances, a courtier whose careful manipulations were guided by ambition, unlike other chambers, showing how the choices of the present could ripple through the palace and shape the future. Hours passed as she traced the glowing threads, following delicate currents of loyalty, ambition, and intention. The astrolabe responded to her focus, amplifying faint vibrations until the intricate patterns of influence, hidden alliances, and silent strategies became apparent. Each pulse of light revealed subtle alignments and suppressed tensions, mapping a living network of unseen forces guiding the palace's destiny. A soft breeze drifted through the hidden vents, carrying the scent of powdered starlight, crushed moonflowers, and traces of silver incense. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the threads of influence, absorbing the quiet knowledge the observatory offered. By the time she arose, the astrolabe of silent currents dimmed to a soft, steady glow, leaving the chamber bathed in serene, celestial light. Queen Valeria descended the concealed staircase with graceful composure, her mind alive with insight and foresight. The palace would witness only her serene elegance, radiant authority, and calm presence, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the observatory of whispering stars, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and the delicate interplay of fate and influence shaping her court. The palace of Arundel lay wrapped in the soft glow of twilight, the moonlight casting gentle ripples across the quiet courtyards and gardens. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden archway that led to the fountain of whispered currents, a secret garden sanctuary where water itself held the power to reveal subtle truths, intentions, and hidden desires. The fountain was said to carry the whispers of those who approached it, translating faint currents into knowledge that could guide the queen with precision. The garden was circular, its floor paved with smooth obsidian tiles veined in silver. At its center, a large fountain carved from white marble, with delicate veins of silver and sapphire, sent gentle streams of water into the air. The water shimmered under the moonlight, reflecting soft hues of silver, pale blue, and indigo. Around the fountain, lush night-blooming flowers exuded the scent of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and faint hints of starlight, creating an atmosphere of serenity while heightening perception. At the center of the fountain rested the crystal chalice of silent currents, a delicate cup carved from moonstone and inlaid with veins of sapphire. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully beside the fountain, and dipped her hands into the cool, shimmering water. Instantly, faint currents of silver light traced delicate patterns across the fountain's surface, revealing hidden thoughts, quiet intentions, and subtle ambitions of those within the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the water's gentle flow. Each ripple and shimmer revealed delicate truths, a noble whose polite words masked ambition, a servant whose quiet gestures radiated loyalty, a courtier whose careful manipulations were concealed beneath charm. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the fountain of whispered currents allowed her to perceive the fluid nature of influence and intention, showing how choices and emotions flowed silently through the palace. Hours passed as she traced the silver currents, following subtle threads of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion. The fountain responded to her focus, amplifying the faint currents until the intricate network of intentions, alliances, and quiet rivalries became clear. Each ripple revealed delicate alignments and suppressed tensions, creating a living map of hidden dynamics shaping the palace. A gentle breeze drifted through the garden, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she followed the currents, absorbing the subtle insights the fountain offered. By the time she rose, the crystal chalice of silent currents glowed softly, leaving the garden bathed in calm, silvery illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden archway with serene composure, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, radiant presence, and calm authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the fountain of whispered currents, a secret power that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle desires, and the delicate flow of influence weaving through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay tranquil beneath the starry sky, the moon casting soft silver streaks across its gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently along a hidden corridor that led to the gallery of forgotten whispers, a secret chamber where the quiet voices of the past lingered in the air and walls, preserving delicate truths, hidden ambitions, and silent regrets. This gallery was said to capture not only spoken words, but the faintest echoes of thought and intention left behind by generations of courtiers and servants. The gallery was long and narrow, its walls lined with delicate, silver-framed panels of translucent crystal. Each panel shimmered softly, capturing whispers and faint movements that could be interpreted by those attuned to their subtle currents. The polished obsidian floor reflected the faint glimmers of the panels, creating an impression of endless depth. The air was scented with powdered moonstone, crushed jasmine, and faint traces of starlight. Perception. At the center of the gallery rested the orb of silent memories, a spherical artifact carved from moonstone and inlaid with veins of sapphire and silver. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its cool surface. Instantly, the crystal panels along the walls shimmered and pulsed, revealing faint images of hidden intentions, quiet ambitions, and subtle regrets of those who had long walked the palace halls. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the orb's soft energy. Each shimmer revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous words concealed quiet rivalry, a servant whose gestures conveyed steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose actions hid subtle manipulation and desire. Unlike other chambers, the gallery of forgotten whispers allowed Valeria to perceive the echoes of the past as they influenced the present, creating a delicate map of hidden currents shaping the palace over time. Hours passed as she traced the shifting images, following delicate threads of intention, loyalty, and ambition. The gallery responded to her focus, amplifying faint echoes until the intricate patterns of influence, suppressed tension, and hidden devotion became apparent. Each flicker revealed subtle alliances, unspoken rivalries, and quiet gestures that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the orb's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge it offered. By the time she arose, the orb of silent memories dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the gallery bathed in serene, silvery light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with calm composure, her mind alive with insight and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the gallery of forgotten whispers, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and delicate echoes of influence shaping every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay hushed beneath a canopy of stars, its towers and courtyards bathed in soft silver moonlight. Queen Valeria moved silently along a concealed passage that led to the sanctuary of silver threads, a secret chamber where delicate threads of fate, influence, and hidden intentions were woven into shimmering strands, visible only to those who knew how to read them. This sanctuary allowed her to perceive the subtle interconnections of loyalty, ambition, and emotion flowing through her court. The sanctuary was circular, its walls composed of polished obsidian, inlaid with faint silver filigree that pulsed softly with a gentle light. The floor mirrored the ceiling, reflecting faint silver threads that stretched across the chamber like a web of influence. Floating orbs of pale moonlight hovered throughout the room, casting soft illumination on the delicate strands and creating a hypnotic atmosphere. The air carried the scent of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and a whisper of starlight, calming the mind while heightening perception. At the center of the chamber rested the spindle of hidden currents, a delicately wrought silver instrument adorned with veins of sapphire and moonstone. Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its surface. Immediately, the strands of silver threads shifted, pulsing and intertwining in intricate patterns, revealing hidden alliances, suppressed ambitions, and quiet gestures of influence within the palace. Attuning herself to the spindle's subtle energy, each shimmering thread revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous smile concealed restlessness, a servant whose silent gestures radiated steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose careful words masked subtle manipulation. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the sanctuary of silver threads allowed Valeria to perceive the invisible web of intentions and connections, showing how subtle actions influenced the delicate balance of her court. Hours passed as she traced the glowing threads, following the currents of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion. The spindle responded to her focus, amplifying faint signals until the intricate network of influence, suppressed rivalries, and quiet alliances became clear. Each flicker revealed subtle alignments, delicate gestures, and unspoken promises that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the scent of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the fragrance anchor her as she traced the threads, absorbing the subtle insights they offered. By the time she arose, the spindle of hidden currents dimmed to a soft, steady glow, leaving the sanctuary bathed in serene, silvery illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the concealed passage with calm composure, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the sanctuary of silver threads, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, delicate connections, and the intricate web of influence shaping every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay under the gentle glow of a crescent moon, the silver light spilling across the gardens and courtyards. Queen Valeria glided through a hidden doorway that led to the Hall of Echoing Petals, a secret sanctuary where the delicate fragrance and subtle movement of flowers captured hidden thoughts, emotions, and intentions of those who had passed through the palace. Each petal in the hall was said to carry a whisper of loyalty, ambition, or concealed desire. The hall was circular, its floor paved with obsidian veined in silver. The walls were lined with delicate, flowering plants that shimmered faintly with moonlight, their petals moving gently as if breathing. Each petal glowed subtly, capturing the faint currents of emotion and intention left behind by courtiers, servants, and nobles alike. The air was scented with powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and soft traces of starlight, creating an atmosphere both soothing and perceptive. At the center of the hall rested the chalice of whispered blossoms, a silver and sapphire vessel shaped like a blooming flower, its edges inlaid with veins of moonstone. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before the chalice, and dipped her hands into its cool surface. Instantly, the petals along the walls shimmered and quivered, revealing delicate traces of hidden intentions, unspoken emotions, and quiet ambitions that flowed silently throughout the palace. Attuning herself to the chalice's subtle energy, each petal revealed delicate truths. A noble whose courteous words concealed quiet rivalry, a servant whose silent gestures radiated loyalty, a courtier whose carefully measured actions concealed manipulation and desire. Unlike other chambers, the Hall of Echoing Petals allowed Valeria to perceive the emotional currents and hidden motivations within her court, turning the faintest whispers into knowledge she could interpret with precision. Hours passed as she traced the glowing petals, following subtle currents of loyalty, ambition, and emotion. The hall responded to her focus, amplifying the delicate whispers until the intricate tapestry of hidden alliances, suppressed rivalries, and quiet gestures became apparent. Each quiver of a petal revealed subtle alignments, secret loyalties, and unspoken desires shaping the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the chalice's insights, absorbing the subtle knowledge they offered. By the time she arose, the chalice of whispered blossoms glowed softly, leaving the hall bathed in serene, silvery light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden doorway with calm composure, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her composed elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority. unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the hall of echoing petals, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden emotions, subtle intentions, and the delicate currents of influence flowing through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay wrapped in the soft glow of moonlight, the silver rays reflecting across its gardens and silent courtyards. Queen Valeria moved quietly through a hidden corridor that led to the chamber of eternal lanterns, a secret sanctuary where light itself preserved memories, intentions, and subtle truths. Each lantern in the chamber was said to hold the quiet essence of those who had passed through the palace, capturing fleeting moments and hidden currents that shaped history. The chamber was vast and vaulted, its walls lined with hundreds of suspended lanterns, each crafted from silver and moonstone. They glimmered softly, casting delicate reflections on the polished obsidian floor. The air carried the fragrance of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and faint hints of starlight, creating a soothing yet intensely perceptive atmosphere. Soft, floating orbs of pale light hovered in the space between lanterns, enhancing their glow and producing a hypnotic serenity. At the center of the chamber rested the lantern of silent echoes, a tall, intricate artifact crafted from silver and inlaid with veins of sapphire. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Instantly, the lanterns around the room pulsed gently, revealing faint traces of hidden intentions, secret desires, and subtle actions of those within the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the lantern's soft energy. Each flicker revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous smile masked quiet ambition, a servant whose small gestures radiated steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose careful words concealed manipulation and subtle strategy. Unlike other chambers, the Chamber of Eternal Lanterns allowed Valeria to perceive the accumulation of hidden currents over time, showing how fleeting actions, intentions, and emotions shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. Hours passed as she traced the shifting lights, following the delicate threads of loyalty, ambition, and concealed emotion. The lanterns responded to her focus, amplifying the faint currents. Each pulse of light revealed subtle alignments, secret loyalties, and delicate interactions that quietly shaped the court. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the lantern's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge and insight they offered. By the time she arose, the lantern of silent echoes dimmed to a steady glow, leaving the chamber bathed in serene, silvery light, Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with composed grace, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the Chamber of Eternal Lanterns, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle desires, and the delicate flow of influence woven through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay cloaked in the gentle luminescence of the moon, its quiet courtyards and towers reflecting the silver light. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden doorway that led to the corridor of shifting shadows, a secret passage where shadows themselves were said to carry the subtle intentions, fears, and hidden desires of anyone who had passed through the palace. Each shadow in the corridor held whispers of ambition, loyalty, and quiet secrets, moving and shaping themselves according to the unseen currents of emotion. The corridor was long and narrow, its walls of polished obsidian veined with silver. Shadows shifted and flickered across the surfaces, independent yet subtly influenced by Valeria's perception. The floor reflected faint traces of the moving shapes, creating the impression of walking within a living tapestry of intention and emotion. The air carried the scent of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and a trace of silver moss, calming the mind while sharpening the senses. At the center of the corridor rested the obsidian mirror of shadows, a large mirror inlaid with silver and sapphire, capable of amplifying the faintest currents of hidden thought and intention. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its surface. Immediately, the shadows along the walls shifted, revealing hidden motivations, concealed desires, and quiet rivalries among the palace's inhabitants. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the mirror's subtle power. Each flicker revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous gestures masked hidden ambition, a servant whose quiet acts radiated loyalty, a courtier whose careful movements concealed manipulation and careful plotting. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the corridor of shifting shadows allowed Valeria to perceive the concealed emotional currents and hidden intentions that moved silently behind appearances. Hours passed as she traced the shifting forms, following subtle threads of loyalty, ambition, and concealed emotion. The corridor responded to her focus, amplifying faint shadows until the intricate network of hidden alliances, suppressed rivalries, and quiet gestures became visible. Each movement of a shadow revealed subtle alignments, secret loyalties, and unspoken intentions that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed moonflowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the shadows, absorbing the delicate knowledge they offered. By the time she rose, the obsidian mirror of shadows dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the corridor bathed in serene, silvery light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden doorway with composed elegance, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm demeanor, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the corridor of shifting shadows, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle desires, and the delicate currents of emotion flowing through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay in tranquil silence beneath a sky sprinkled with stars. Queen Valeria moved quietly through a hidden corridor that led to the library of silent tomes, a secret sanctuary where books held more than words. They preserved hidden intentions, unspoken truths, and subtle influences of those who had walked the halls of the palace. Each tome captured the essence of thought, ambition, and quiet emotion, revealing what ordinary eyes could never see. The library was vast, circular, and lined with towering shelves of dark mahogany, filled with books bound in silver, sapphire, and pale indigo covers. The polished floor reflected the faint glow from floating orbs of soft moonlight that hovered among the shelves. Each book shimmered faintly, as though breathing, and radiated subtle energy that Valeria could sense. The air carried the scent of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and a hint of starlight, creating an atmosphere both soothing and intensely perceptive. At the center of the library rested the Codex of Hidden Currents, a large tome bound in sapphire-infused leather, its edges inlaid with veins of silver and moonstone. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and opened its pages. Immediately, the tomes around her began to glow faintly, revealing the concealed intentions, ambitions, and subtle emotions of those who had interacted with the palace over the years. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the Codex's energy. Each flicker of light and faint ripple of magic revealed delicate truths, a noble whose polite words concealed ambition, a servant whose quiet gestures radiated loyalty, a courtier whose careful actions concealed subtle plotting. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the Library of Silent Tomes allowed Valeria to perceive the preserved essence of thought and intention, capturing both the past and the subtle influences that shaped the present. Hours passed as she traced the glowing pages, following delicate threads of loyalty, ambition, and concealed emotion. The tomes responded to her focus, amplifying faint currents until the intricate web of hidden alliances, suppressed rivalries, and quiet gestures became apparent. Each shimmer revealed subtle alignments, unspoken promises, and secret loyalties that shaped the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the Codex's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge they offered. By the time she arose, the Codex of hidden currents dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the library bathed in serene, silvery light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with composed elegance, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm presence, serene authority, and radiant grace, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the library of silent tomes, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and the delicate currents of influence flowing through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay in a hush of midnight silver, the moonlight spilling across its quiet courtyards. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden corridor that led to the Hall of Gilded Echoes, a secret sanctuary where the faintest sounds and whispered intentions of the palace's inhabitants were captured in delicate gilded forms. Each echo, preserved in golden threads, revealed the hidden currents of thought, loyalty, and ambition flowing quietly through the court. The hall was long and vaulted, its walls lined with gilded filigree that shimmered softly under moonlight. Delicate threads of gold stretched across the space like invisible webs, pulsing faintly as they captured echoes of conversation, emotion, and unspoken gestures. The floor was polished, obsidian veined with silver, reflecting the golden shimmer of the threads and creating an almost hypnotic, infinite effect. The air carried the scent of powdered moonflowers, crushed jasmine, and faint starlight, calming the mind while heightening perception. At the center of the hall rested the diadem of whispered intentions, a golden circlet embedded with sapphire and moonstone, shaped like intertwined threads of sound and light. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its surface. Immediately, the golden threads across the hall pulsed and shimmered, revealing subtle currents of hidden ambition, loyalty, and emotion among the palace's inhabitants. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the diadem's energy. Each pulse revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous tone hid ambition, a servant whose quiet gestures conveyed unwavering loyalty, a courtier whose words were carefully measured to conceal hidden manipulation. Unlike other chambers, the Hall of Gilded Echoes allowed Valeria to perceive the subtle soundscapes of intention, showing how whispered thoughts, fleeting words, and quiet actions influenced the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. Hours passed as she traced the glowing threads, following currents of loyalty, ambition, and concealed emotion. The hall responded to her focus, amplifying faint echoes until the intricate network of hidden alliances, unspoken rivalries, and quiet gestures became clear. Each flicker of the golden threads revealed subtle alignments, secret promises, and delicate strategies quietly shaping the court. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and soft starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the diadem's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge it offered. By the time she arose, the diadem of whispered intentions dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the hall bathed in serene, golden moonlight. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden corridor with calm composure, her mind alive with insight and foresight. The palace would witness only her serene elegance, composed authority, and radiant presence, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the Hall of Gilded Echoes, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and the delicate flow of influence woven through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay bathed in the pale silver light of the moon, its quiet courtyards reflecting a tranquil shimmer. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden spiral staircase that led to the vault of celestial tides, a secret chamber where the movements of the stars, tides, and moonlight were captured in delicate, glowing waves. It was said that the vault allowed her to perceive not only the flow of celestial currents, but also the hidden energies and intentions within her court. The chamber was circular, with polished obsidian floors veined in silver, reflecting the soft glow of luminescent waves flowing across the walls. These waves shimmered in hues of silver, pale blue, and sapphire, undulating gently like water under moonlight. Floating orbs of soft starlight hovered throughout the room, casting an ethereal glow on the surfaces. The air carried the scent of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and a hint of starlight, creating an atmosphere of calm, focus, and quiet perception. At the center of the chamber rested the orb of lunar currents, a crystal sphere set upon a pedestal of moonstone and silver. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly on its smooth surface. Instantly, the glowing waves along the walls pulsed and shifted, revealing subtle currents of hidden intentions, quiet ambitions, and suppressed emotions within the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the orb's energy. Each ripple revealed delicate truths, a noble whose polite exterior masked ambition, a servant whose silent gestures radiated steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose careful words concealed subtle manipulation. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the vault of celestial tides allowed Valeria to perceive the rhythm of influence and hidden intentions, showing how subtle forces and decisions flowed like tides through the lives of her people. Hours passed as she traced the shifting waves, following delicate currents of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion. The chamber responded to her focus, amplifying faint energies until the intricate network of secret alliances, suppressed rivalries, and quiet gestures became apparent. Each pulse of light revealed subtle alignments, concealed motives, and unspoken promises shaping the palace in ways invisible to ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent anchor her as she traced the orb's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge and insight they offered. By the time she arose, the orb of lunar currents dimmed to a soft glow, leaving the chamber bathed in serene, celestial illumination. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden staircase with composed grace, her mind alive with understanding and foresight. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the vault of celestial tides, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle ambitions, and the delicate flow of influence rippling through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay quiet beneath the silver glow of the moon, its marble courtyards shimmering with soft reflections. Queen Valeria moved silently through a hidden archway that led to the garden of moonlit veils, a secret sanctuary where the delicate veils of mist, moonlight, and shadow concealed subtle truths and whispered intentions. The garden was said to capture fleeting emotions, hidden ambitions, and quiet desires, allowing the queen to perceive the delicate currents of influence that flowed silently through the palace. The garden was circular, with smooth obsidian paths veined in silver, winding among softly glowing flowers and shrubs. Mist drifted across the ground, illuminated by pale moonlight, and shifted gently like a living presence. Each flower glimmered faintly, its petals capturing traces of emotion and intention from those who walked the palace halls. The air carried the scent of powdered moonstone, crushed night-blooming flowers, and hints of starlight, creating an atmosphere of calm, reflection, and quiet awareness. That at the center of the garden rested the veil of hidden currents, a silken fabric suspended in a delicate silver frame, infused with moonstone and sapphire. Queen Valeria approached, kneeling gracefully before it, and placed her hands lightly upon the fabric. Instantly, the veils of mist, flowers, and moonlight, revealing subtle currents of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion flowing through the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the veil's soft energy. Each ripple revealed delicate truths, a noble whose courteous words masked ambition, a servant whose quiet actions radiated unwavering loyalty, a courtier whose careful gestures concealed subtle manipulation. Unlike other chambers or artifacts, the Garden of Moonlit Veils allowed Valeria to perceive the flowing nature of hidden intentions, showing how quiet desires and subtle actions intertwined like threads of mist throughout her court. Hours passed as she traced the shimmering veils, following delicate currents of loyalty, ambition, and hidden emotion. The garden responded to her focus, amplifying faint signals until the intricate web of alliances, secret rivalries, and unspoken gestures became apparent. Each movement of mist and shadow revealed subtle alignments, delicate promises, and quiet intentions shaping the palace in ways unseen by ordinary eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through the garden, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed jasmine, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the veil's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge it offered. By the time she rose, the veil of hidden currents shimmered softly, leaving the garden bathed in serene, silvery light. Queen Valeria walked back through the hidden archway with composed grace, her mind alive with insight. The palace would witness only her calm elegance, serene presence, and radiant authority, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the Garden of Moonlit Veils, a secret that allowed her to perceive hidden intentions, subtle desires, and the delicate flow of influence weaving through every corner of her court. The palace of Arendar lay under a sky dusted with stars, the moonlight casting long silver shadows across its serene courtyards. Queen Valeria moved with quiet purpose through a concealed passage that led to the sanctum of the crown's silence, a hidden chamber where all the knowledge, secrets, and mystical artifacts she had collected over the years converged. Tonight, she would unify the powers she had mastered, completing her journey of understanding and foresight. The chamber was vast, circular, and vaulted, its walls lined with mirrors, obsidian, and crystalline panels that reflected the faintest traces of the moon. In the center rested the crown of silent dominion, a golden circlet inlaid with sapphires, moonstones, and veins of silver, radiating a soft, hypnotic glow. The crown was said to unify the secrets of the observatory of whispering stars, the fountain of whispered currents, the gallery of forgotten whispers, and every other hidden sanctuary, allowing the queen to perceive all currents of intention, ambition, and desire within her palace at once. Valeria approached, kneeling before the crown, and laid her hands gently upon it. Immediately, the chamber shimmered with light. Each artifact she had visited over the years, projecting threads of energy into the crown. The threads interwove in intricate, pulsating patterns representing loyalty, ambition, hidden emotion, suppressed desires, and quiet influences from every corner of the palace. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the crown's immense energy. The knowledge and insight from the past decades of her rule flowed into her consciousness. Each pulse revealed subtle truths, a noble whose polite words hid dangerous ambition, a servant whose quiet acts radiated steadfast loyalty, a courtier whose measured gestures concealed manipulations and secret alliances. Unlike any artifact she had encountered before, the crown of silent dominion allowed Valeria to perceive the totality of influence within her court, creating a living map of hidden currents, unspoken intentions, and delicate alignments. Hours passed as she traced the flowing threads, her mind absorbing the intricate network of the palace's hidden truths. The chamber pulsed softly, amplifying her focus until the connections, loyalties, rivalries, and intentions became clear. She could see how each subtle gesture, whispered word, and hidden desire shaped the palace, forming a delicate web of power and influence. A gentle breeze drifted through a hidden vent, carrying the fragrance of powdered moonstone, crushed jasmine, and faint starlight. Valeria inhaled deeply, letting the scent ground her as she traced the crown's revelations, absorbing the subtle knowledge and profound understanding it offered. By the time she arose, the crown of silent dominion glowed with steady, serene light, its power fully realized in her hands. Queen Valeria stood tall, her presence calm, composed, and radiant. The palace would witness only her elegance, serene authority, and quiet dominance, unaware that beneath her poised exterior lay the mastery of the crown of silent dominion, the culmination of all her secrets, mystical knowledge, and unparalleled insight into the hidden currents of her court. Every hidden intention, subtle ambition, and quiet loyalty now lay within her awareness. A kingdom of whispers, fully known and understood. The queen's gaze drifted to the moonlit horizon, her mind at peace, yet alive with curiosity and awareness. The palace of Arendar had never been so fully seen, so fully understood, and as she withdrew from the chamber, she carried with her the serenity and wisdom of decades spent mastering the delicate, hidden powers of her realm.